Take a tip, button up your lip, don't get yourself unstrung. Harm may come just from a slip of the tongue. Don't talk about the weather.
It's a military secret.
Just keep your wits together.
That's the safest way to keep it.
These are critical times. Be careful of espionage. In such critical times, you've got to watch out for sabotage. If you must talk to someone,
don't give any information.
It's smart to be a dumb one. Simply change the conversation. Let's just talk about love, 'cause that's what I'm thinking of. And it's no military secret that I love you.
Funny how things can appear out the blue. As a child, I remember looking up at aeroplanes in the sky and pretending I was instead looking down at tadpoles in a pond, the plane's condensation trail resembling a tiny tail. Recently though, as a grown-up, I noticed a trail I couldn't make head nor tail of. This new kind of trail stretches on and on across the sky, remaining hours after the plane has passed. These trails don't evaporate like the others. They expand. And spread across the sky. I was amazed and dismayed in summer days to realize there wasn't a natural cloud about. That what I had mistaken to be clouds was left by planes, completely polluting what should have been a clear sky. Turning blue to white. Blocking out the sun. The heat of the sun's rays through the haze intensifies. Now, I'm no expert, but one thing was for sure. These were no tadpoles. The short dissipating trails, familiar since childhood, were still around, and could be seen in stark contrast to the new persistent ones. I wondered how planes within approximately the same environment and altitude could produce such vastly dissimilar condensation trails. What made them so different? And why hadn't I seen or heard of them in my lifetime until now? Even stranger, the persistent trails were being laid down in patterns, in parallel lines. I witnessed the same planes do U-turns, flying back and forth, switching their trails on and off, creating a stack of parallel lines. Parallel lines, parallel lines, parallel lines, parallel. These lines then spread. patterns were to come. Other patterns include grids, helter-skelter like drunken zigzags, and what look like the letter A or a capped pyramid. The effect the trails have on the weather is startling to see, turning a clear blue sky to completely overcast. Just by monitoring the trails I became quite an adept weather forecaster. Tomorrow, it's going to be, well, cloudy.
Cloudy, the sky is gray and white and cloudy. Sometimes I think it's hanging down on me. These clouds stick to the sky like a floating question why, and they linger there to die. They don't know where they're going, and my friend, neither do I.
At a glance they sometimes appear like natural clouds, but a closer look reveals the truth.
Cloudy, 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 cloudy.
Browsing the internet one day, I came across a file that caught my interest, available for free download, called My Personal Chemtrail Record. After saving it to my hard drive and opening it up, I was taken aback by what I saw. Photographs, video clips and text, documenting the persistent trails, or chemtrails as they were called here, just like the ones I'd made myself. Finally, I had found someone who shared my concern. The text files also revealed the author had noticed the trail's strange patterns, their effect on the weather and magnification of the sun's heat. What really staggered me though was the fact that the location being documented was my very own town. I was amazed to realize that a chance download from the World Wide Web had brought something so close to home. Now, armed with the newly learned term, I typed chemtrails into a local media search engine. Lo and behold, up came a Northwich Chronicle article entitled "Man on the Trail of Skyscape Mystery," detailing the concerns of a man who lived fairly locally to me. It read, "Are the skies being illicitly contaminated with a mysterious substance that may have serious effects on people's health? One Coddington man thinks so, and is on a mission to find the truth." Phil Morris, 50, is gravely concerned with what he perceives to be happening to the atmosphere in the Northwest and across the world. The phenomena he refers to are known as chemtrails, long-lasting thick white expanding trails left by non-commercial planes that eventually merge and blanket the skies. "Ask yourself this," he said. "When did you last see clear blue skies over Lancashire and Cheshire with no clouds anywhere, without the pure natural skyscape being polluted by these trails and haze?" Phil first noticed the phenomena, contrasted with contrails, condensation trails, which are normal water vapor trails left by commercial airliners that usually disappear within a minute, 3.5 years ago. He started videotaping them, and has amassed a significant collection of images to support his arguments. He continued, "The planes I have videotaped leave large crosses, grids, A and H shapes in the sky that spread out slowly over hours to create fake chemical clouds. They fall and thicken quickly, leaving the telltale donut on a rope shape. They are pure white in daylight, and pale pink as the sun sets, while every other natural cloud had varying shades of white, grey, and black plus colors as the sun sets." Phil claims his health and his family's have been affected in some way by the chemtrails, tallying with reports from around the globe. Symptoms include head pains, severe earache, stiff neck and shoulders, dizziness, sinus infections, lack of concentration and all year-round flu symptoms. Official sources, including DEFRA, the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, the Met Office and NASA, have played down Phil's concerns, stating that trails are nothing more than ice particles from water vapor at altitudes of 20 to 35,000 feet. "But they are patently not," said Phil, "as these trails often go right through and below much lower wispy normal clouds at 5 to 10,000 feet only." So what could be the explanation? There are hundreds of websites with photos from the US and Europe of chemtrails, with guesses, based on rainwater and soil samples, at the material being sprayed. Many websites in the US are convinced that US Air Force planes are spraying aluminium powder in a fibrous expanding spider-like mesh, based on the thesis of H-bomb inventor Ed Teller, to trap CO2, deflect the sun's rays, and reduce global warming, and bury them for 3D topography radar imaging purposes for the military, said Phil. He admits there are a lot of weird and wacky conspiracy theorists out there, but with the BBC and Guardian newspaper interested in following up his story, if hard evidence including actual trail samples can be obtained, it seems this is one trail that isn't going to go cold in a hurry. Hot on this trail, I went straight to YouTube to see if anybody had posted footage there.
Clear morning, 8 o'clock on the 2nd of May. The sky is absolutely turning white. We pan across. Not a cloud in the sky, every single thing here is from planes. 8 o'clock in the morning. Should be pure blue sky. And it's absolutely covered in this stuff. So look at this. What is this stuff? It's going to be a very hot day today. Very dry, not humid, no clouds. All this stuff. You can see the planes there making 90-degree turns. There's another 90-degree turn. And now it's very hot. Now the trails are thickening out, spreading out, not moving, and blending together to turn the sky completely white. These airliners never leave a trail for more than 5 seconds. So what the hell is all this stuff? Every bit of blue sky where there's no cloud is being interlaced and covered with floating in the sky. That plane's making a curve, crossing several other trails. It's flying right through this band now. There it goes. It's underneath it. Huge trail. Now what's interesting is whether I should keep tracking this plane to see if its trail stops. Because its trail could stop. Its trail could stop any second. Let's see if it decides to switch off. So that's usually what happens. It often leaves a massive cross. You can see there, it's interacted. It's actually gone through it. It's still flying. Feeling it's breaking up and switching off because it's fading away. It's still putting out a trail, but I think it's switching off something because it's fading away. Yep, and you're getting a gap there. So I was pretty right. It's left a massive cross through quite a few trails, gets to here, and it's gone. I think they're making a cross, pretty close. Yeah, very close. Zoom back, and there's your cross. 2 trails. Guess which one is vapor? That'll be another vapor trail, disappearing in seconds. Oops. But what's that stuff it's flying through? There you go. It's flying right through that thick white stuff. Its own trail disappears in seconds. So what is the other stuff that was left 10 or 15 minutes ago? And does this pilot know what he's flying through? Is that going to affect his health? What is streaming out of these jets that are turning UK skies completely white? Yesterday in North Wales we had the same weather. Not a trail in the sky, not a cloud in the sky, pure blue skies.
A feeling of consternation accompanied the realization that the aerial spraying was going on worldwide, with people from all walks of life noticing the same thing at the same time: the dramatic change in climate and detrimental effect on health. Still, it was a relief to know I wasn't the only one who was wise to it.
There's a one in the sky.
There is a one in the sky.
It's a line.
It's a line. And we want to know what makes it, huh?
Yeah, why is it there?
Why is it there? We want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's some more chemtrails. North County, coastal San Diego. February 6th. And I haven't seen much spraying action over here, this part of California, but it's definitely happening today. Yeah, they're definitely on a spraying mission today. I just walked up and watched you looking up at the sky, and I was out here documenting this. What do you think's going on with all this?
Well, I mean, I've done some research online. I listened to Jeff Rentz and Alex Jones and various other radio shows, independent news, and everybody's got some ideas about it. I think it's kind of, I don't know what to think. I think they should be telling us what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, especially with this global warming thing. What do you think?
I don't know what to think, man. I just know they're putting something in our skies, and they're keeping quiet about it. They're just, and in fact, on NASA's website, they have a thing now called contrail education.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, I don't remember contrail education when I was younger. Why do we have to be educated about contrails? It's crazy, man. I mean, I don't know, man. Are they messing with the weather? Are they, you know, are they putting something into our systems? You know?
It's obvious. I mean, there's something going on. You know?
I mean, the cross patterns. I mean, there's just planes don't follow these cross patterns. They just don't do this. You know, this is not. It's just not natural, man. Today is super obvious.
And how obvious do people look? I mean, how often do people look up into the sky and like actually pay attention to what's going on?
Right.
And they're more worried about going to work and taking care of their family and stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, you know, this is. And to them, they look up. A lot of people just look up and they're like, "Oh, this is just clouds."
Yeah.
You know, or whatever. Or it's just contrails.
You can see this one right here. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. It's just like, it's crazy, man. I don't know, man. It's just got me thinking about it. Well, I mean, I guess all we can do is document it. We're all there's so many people across the United States using their cameras to document this stuff.
Yep.
You know, maybe if enough people hear about it, you know, something will happen. I don't know. I mean, at least we know the government's doing something to us, doing something to the weather or whatever they're doing.
I mean, I don't remember it being like this. See how?
Yeah, that haze out there. Yeah.
You know? I mean, that wasn't like that like 10 years ago.
Right.
All of a sudden you see a black contrail. There's no trick of light there. When we look and compare, we can compare it to the other contrails that are being laid out in the sky today. This is a very active day. And a black trail. Looks like a snake. What the heck?
Welcome to Working TV. I'm Libby Davies. If you believed that aircraft with secret government approval have been spraying noxious chemicals developed in U.S. military biological warfare laboratories on unsuspecting Canadians, would you be paranoid? Or if you yourself saw distinct plumes of chemtrails from this spraying, yet were told by Transport Canada that no such spraying was taking place, would you be delusional? You'd be absolutely correct, according to William Thomas, who has spent the last 14 months studying the chemtrails phenomenon. He's an award-winning journalist who recently wrote a book about the Gulf War syndrome. This is the strange cluster of illnesses all linked to a deterioration of the autoimmune system suffered by troops who received anthrax immunization before being deployed in the Gulf War. It's a lot like the chemtrails syndrome. Perhaps Thomas is a fraud. Perhaps his photographs and videotape evidence are all fakes. We don't know for sure, and the mainstream media won't touch his story. Nevertheless, we're told that Project Censored USA, a respected media watchdog group, recently judged chemtrails to be one of the most underreported stories of the past year. So you be the judge. Here now is William Thomas on chemtrails.
Tonight we're going to have a look at what is really ailing us. We're going to have a look at what is happening in the skies overhead, and we're going to talk about what we can do about that. In January 1999, I got a phone call from the managing editor of the Environment News Service, whom I worked for in the Gulf. And he said, please check out a story of a man named William Wallace, just over the border in Washington State, who lives in eastern Washington, very remote region. He lives in a cabin with his wife. And Mr. Wallace has been talking about large airplanes overflying his house back and forth, spraying plumes that look like contrails, the condensation trails we're all used to seeing. But unlike these ice crystal trails that form in the hot engines of jet aircraft above 33,000 feet, according to the U.S. military and Canadian aviation authorities, unlike these condensation trails that linger usually, not always, but almost always, for about 30 to 45 seconds, you see the pencil-thin trail a short distance behind the aircraft, disappearing like the wake behind a boat. Unlike these trails, the trails that William Wallace and his wife Anne were seeing were broad white plumes. They lingered for hours. And as these aircraft began crisscrossing each other and forming a grid, these plumes gathered together and took a clear blue sky and made it opaque, hazy, milky. His animals sickened, his dogs died, his plants sickened, his wife became very ill. I was living in a small cabin in the hills outside of Chemainus, and I came outside about 3:30 in the morning, very wired from this very intense presentation. Took a breath of air, beautiful night, stars, just started to relax, and I froze. Giant X right over the cabin. Now, I'm not paranoid or anything, but when they started flying parallel patterns down the ridge right across from me over the next few weeks, I began to wonder. I began to wonder if maybe some people were sensitive about having this story exposed. Let's have a quick look at what we're talking about, because pictures are always better than words. I don't know about you, but people continually tell me, oh, these are normal contrails, these are normal aircraft patterns, and I'm here to tell you tonight that if commercial airline pilots pulled this stunt, they would lose their license. Yeah. Legal spacing for commercial airliners is 3 miles. I believe the X's are for satellite identification. Don't worry, it's just normal airline traffic. And if you wait a few minutes, you'll watch and see these chemtrails start to spread out as they're doing here. And if you have ignored the phenomena for an hour and happen to look up, you'll probably think it's just clouds. But fog forms at ground level. It doesn't form at 20,000 feet. But something else was going on. Something else down here on the ground. Last winter, in this city, in Victoria, in London, Ontario, in Toronto, Edmonton, cities across Canada, we saw an epidemic of influenza-like illnesses. That epidemic was also right across the United States and England. At Peterborough, the emergency room took 307 acute care patients in one day. In England, refrigerator trucks were hired to haul the dead bodies away. This is from the BBC, by the way. This is an exact repeat of the previous winter, when refrigerator trucks were pushed into service as morgues in England. And we had 12 straight weeks of what the Centers for Disease Control called an epidemic. of influenza-like illness and pneumonia, an epidemic in terms of death rates. This year, we looked at 19 of 20 weeks, epidemic levels, influenza-like illness, double pneumonia, and death. The CBC called it the flu. Most of the media we received called it the flu. I'm here tonight to tell you it was not the flu. In fact, many doctors were echoing the words of one nurse supervisor who said, "I don't think anyone knows what's causing this sickness." Doctors were saying this to the New York Times. And unlike flu that takes time to spread through a population, these illnesses were appearing virtually overnight in neighborhoods, communities, and cities, swamping hospital wards. And what the media never remarked on was that the incident of heavy spraying, the characteristic X's, the gel falling on parked cars and windshields and buildings, took place always at the same time. And within 24 to 48 hours, we saw these outbreaks of illness. Yes, some of it was the flu, but very little of it was influenza. The medical director for the Via Christi Regional Medical Center said, he told reporters, "This thing kills even healthy people in 4 to 5 days." And I have a stack of email of aunts and uncles and family members who suddenly contracted pneumonia, although in good health, and were dead within a week. Reporters asked the CDC, "What is this?" And they said, "This illness could be due to some other pathogen." And when I looked at the heavy spray days by city, I again got an exact correlation. No, I do not have scientific proof, scientific evidence, but folks, we're way beyond coincidence here.
What you are seeing now is quite normal. These contrails are the trademark of high-altitude aircraft since the close of World War II. You notice that the condensation disappears fairly quickly, much like your breath on a cold winter day. This is as it should be, and as it has been. For those curious enough to delve into the physics, chemistry, and thermodynamics of contrails, this normalcy has a more thorough explanation. Yes, science and common sense do agree, and the balances of nature are achieved with this common phenomenon. And now we must take a different turn. A turn to explore an unusual world that now surrounds us, and yet a world that many of us remain unaware of. The atmosphere of this planet has been changed, and you are now being introduced to one of the main causes of that change. The aircraft at the upper portion of the screen is leaving a normal contrail, and it vanishes as any trail of water vapor is expected to. But beneath it you see an aircraft emission that is stationary, thick, continuous, and persistent, and it must eventually be concluded that it is not primarily water vapor. The environmental conditions for each trail are not exceptionally different from one another, and yet the result and impact from each trail is entirely different. The only logical way this can occur is if the trails themselves are very different from one another, and indeed they are. The majority of the footage that you are now seeing has been filmed in the high desert regions of New Mexico. This is an arid environment with very low humidity levels. It is, in fact, a classic region for conventional contrail formation. Contrails themselves can and do form easily in a low humidity environment. In the past, the passing of a short-lived contrail in the high, clear desert sky was an innocuous and frequent occurrence. Cold and dry conditions, exactly those conditions that are normally found in the upper atmosphere, are extremely favorable to contrail formation. The humidity levels of the upper atmosphere are actually relatively low, and is one of the very reasons that most clouds occur in the middle of the troposphere, being the lower portion of our atmosphere up to an altitude of approximately 7 miles or so. As this examination of our atmosphere continues, we will be now required to consider 4 types of events or phenomena. In addition to the customary existence of clouds and contrails, we must now consider a new entry, that of the aerosol. An aerosol is a solid particle in suspension, either in a liquid or a gas, and in this case we are considering the atmosphere as the gas to study. The aerosols will manifest in 2 primary forms, as an aerosol emission from aircraft and as an aggregate or collection of aerosols in the atmosphere. A suitable term for this collection of aerosols is an aerosol bank. It is known now that the persistent trails that form the subject of this film are primarily solid in nature and origin, and that they are not predominantly water vapor. A brief explanation of cloud formation will help us to understand why this is so. Clouds, that is, normal clouds, require 2 fundamental elements to form, particles and moisture. Clouds are not suited to form in especially clean air. They require particulate matter, called condensation nuclei, that act as a base for water vapor to adhere to. The size of these nuclei, for the process to be effective, must be extremely small. The size of these nuclei are on the order of submicron. For comparison, a human hair is 60 to 100 microns thick, and an asbestos fiber is a couple of microns in thickness. The other essential component for normal clouds to form is a minimum level of humidity. From numerous sources, this minimum is on the order of 70% relative humidity. Notice that the requirements for cloud formation and contrail formation are already entirely different from one another. This is because they are entirely different phenomena based upon entirely different physical principles. Contrails can and should form readily in clean, cold, and dry air. Normal clouds, on the other hand, require higher moisture levels and a particulate or aerosol base from which to develop. The radical transformation of our sky as a direct result of aircraft activity now forces us to address an entirely new set of conditions. Aircraft are now repeatedly dispersing materials into the upper atmosphere at flight altitude, roughly from 35,000 to 40,000 feet. These materials expand rather than evaporate, and they usually transform into an unsightful haze that over the recent years has decreased our general visibility down to ground levels. One of the remarkable facts is that this commonly now occurs at very low levels of relative humidity, on the order of 30 to 40%, instead of the 70% or greater that is associated with cloud formation. And so we know now that these are not clouds in any conventional sense. They are indeed a unique and artificial creation that now crosses new thresholds in the atmospheric and geophysical sciences. There is one way that such a transformation can be made, and that is with the introduction of vast quantities of an extremely small, water-loving metallic salt at flight altitude. This transformation cannot be achieved with water vapor alone, and the emissions under examination are indeed not water vapor. They are solid, and they are well entrenched into your air supply. These important conclusions are at the very heart of the aerosol operations that are being disclosed here. These changes in the very atmosphere that we breathe have a fundamental impact upon the life of this planet. and these aerosol operations have many potential applications that reduce the sanctity of that life. These operations are being conducted. They are being conducted without your participation or your informed consent. They are affecting your life, the lives of those you know and love, and the very life of the planet itself. Telephotos have been captured in the earlier phase of operations that directly show emissions from aircraft that are in complete defiance of any normal contrail formation. These unusual emissions are not a result of environmental conditions. They originate from the aircraft and can be shown in these cases to have no dependence upon even the engines of the aircraft. HEPA, or high-efficiency particulate air filters, have been used in various states to directly filter the outdoor air in repeated tests. Some of the materials found include the repeated presence of unusual filaments, a gel formation, crystals, and powders. Extraordinary levels of particulate materials have been directly observed and recorded using simple methods discovered by citizens across the country. These methods include the corona of the sun and extremely powerful lamps. Caution with the solar method is especially advised. These observations have been taken under the most ideal weather and air quality conditions, and they nevertheless provide alarming and direct evidence of the substantial changes that have occurred in our atmosphere. Rainwater samples have been distilled to concentrate any solid materials or particulates. Metallic-based materials are evident upon observation. Unusual airborne filament samples have been collected from a variety of locations across the nation, as well as the globe. These fibers are highly unusual in their properties, and any claims of being simply spider webs cannot be substantiated. Samples of these fibers have been sent directly to the Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Subsequent observation of these fibers under the microscope produces disturbing results, including the occurrence of unusual biological components. The United States EPA has refused to identify these fibers. A variety of electromagnetic devices have been developed and used. This investigation has resulted from the plausible hypothesis that the atmosphere has now been modified into what is called a plasma state, or an electrified gas. Testing has produced a variety of indications that this hypothesis is indeed correct, and that the atmosphere is regularly being used for electromagnetic applications. ELF energy is of special concern because of its direct connection to the health aspects of the electromagnetic nature of human beings. Artificial pulse energy appears to now have been detected on a variety of occasions, and evidence indicates that it is now a part of our unseen environment. Electrolysis methods have further confirmed the existence of unexpected ionizing metallic salts within our atmosphere. Radar anomalies also continue to point to the presence of an altered electromagnetic environment. The testing and sampling methods and results that you have just witnessed are necessary due to the abject failure of the public environmental authorities to respond appropriately to the many requests for investigation that have been made by countless citizens. The responses of the so-called officials and authorities has already become painfully apparent.
I've been a pilot for over 40 years. I've been flying. I stopped counting my hours at 3,500 hours, which is a fair amount. I've owned 7 airplanes in my life. I have ratings all the way up to twin IFR. I am not jet rated, but everything else but. Today, Clifford, when all of a sudden you see these trails in the sky in the morning when you wake up, and by late morning, early afternoon, the sky is totally overcast. It is not natural. The government and other people say, oh, well, that's a contrail, condensation, contrail that all planes do at a certain altitude. And I said, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, there are contrails. Go back to World War II, we had contrails. but they didn't last. This was, you know, in those days it was condensation of moisture, and then it dissipates after, I don't know, maybe depending on the altitude, maybe a minute, maybe a little over a minute, but around a minute, and it's gone. These things last all day long, unless there's a strong wind and it blows out of the way. Now it's gotten so bad, and I talk to people, as you know, all over the world, and it's happening almost every country that I'm aware of in the world. We have listeners in at least 50 countries that we know of, and people are always reporting back. If we get into a discussion or times that you have been on the show before, people come back and just report incredible experiences. They have a lot of respiratory problems. They never had that before. People are having a lot of sinus problems. They've never had that before. And it's always after they have been inundated with some of these sprays. You also asked about, you know, how do people feel about it? They are extremely concerned because there seems to be something that is happening that is affecting them physically and in some cases even emotionally and psychologically. So there is a drastic change in what is happening around us in what, 5 years, 5.5 years? And people have never seen this or experienced this before.
Here we go. Just coming outside to see this shit. What is going on in the sky today? What is going on? What is that?
No, see Mummy's phone is almost up. Come on, darling.
Attempt to kill us, sure of it. Look at them.
No.
Now when the other one comes back and they start putting noughts and crosses and squares, then you're really worried.
Yeah, it just looks so disgusting. It looks like it's poisonous when it's coming out the sky.
I think it is. There's two over there, look, so they're actually flying right now. You see it that way?
Yeah, I know. But the whole sky is covered in just white stuff that's come out of planes. I don't think it is water vapour. I think it can't be water vapour. Otherwise it would have disappeared in seconds. This lasts for hours. And it's sort of ominous. Look at the state of that. This is like supposed to be a blue sky, but it's never blue anymore. It's all shit.
Yeah, I think most people have noticed chemtrails because it's not natural to have something crisscrossing in your sky and staying around for hours. I think they're a carrier for all kinds of biological and chemical warfare. The other is what they're calling aerial pharmacopoeia.
Please remain on the line for a representative.
Can I help you?
I wanted to let you know that there are planes or something spraying some kind of aerosol over Manhattan right now.
Do you want to make noise complaints, sir?
Actually, they're quiet. It's very unusual because I do see commercial jets and they're making noise, but there are several smaller planes spraying something. They've totally clouded up the sky today. I'm wondering if you've gotten some complaints about that so far.
Well, I don't see any alert. Let me see if I have the service for that. Just give me one moment, sir. So it's not a noise complaint, it's just that you want to find out if there is something going on in Manhattan?
So over Queens and Manhattan, and I'm wondering if, should we stay inside or, I don't know.
I'm going to have to place you on hold. Just give me one moment, okay? Thank you. Thank you for holding, sir.
Yeah.
What type of airplanes are those, do you know?
Unmarked, like cargo planes.
Unmarked cargo planes?
Yes.
And do you know what they're spraying? Would you be able to, do you know anything on that or no?
What I do know is that the trail that they leave behind is a persistent contrail, and one that actually creates cloud cover afterward, and which is very unusual because the regular commercial jets aren't doing it. But
right, so you're saying that they leave like clouds on the back, like on their tracks?
Yep. It makes me wonder about the content of what they're spraying, because that's not normal.
Okay. Bear with me one moment. Let me see how I can help you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your patience, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I confirmed with my supervisor, and we don't have any information on that. That it's outside of our jurisdiction. We don't have any alert or anything that's any activity going on in Manhattan or Queens area. So we don't really have any information available.
Do you know who I should speak with or call or find out more? Because it's bad. I've never seen anything like this.
Do you is it like some type of smell coming out, or is it just that you're concerned about a lot of airplanes in that area?
I'm concerned about what this material is that's actually kind of falling down. They've created these clouds or something. I guess they're man-made now. It's actually descending onto the ground or surface areas, and so I'm just wondering, what are they doing?
All right, just give me one moment. Sir, well, as I stated, it's outside of 311 jurisdiction. We don't have any information available. But if you want to speak to someone, I can give you your local precinct phone number so you can speak to them directly. Maybe they can assist you.
Who?
Your local precinct.
Voting precinct, or?
No, sir. Precinct mean your police service area.
Oh, the police?
Yes.
What?
Maybe they would have some information available.
A cop would know what this is?
Maybe they would, because we don't have any information available in our system, sir.
Okay, I'll go talk to the cops.
Would you like me to give you your local precinct information?
I know who they are.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I'm shocked, actually. This is all we have, huh?
Well, sir, we don't have any information if there is any activity going on or anything, so wouldn't be able to give you any information here.
No information.
We don't have any information available in our system currently.
Somebody could spray us, and we don't even let I think we're in trouble here. I think we're in big trouble. Maybe if you're near a window, you might take a look outside.
We're getting sprayed like bugs from the sky with those that have eyes to see. Like bugs, just like bugs. Like you'd take a can of Raid and spray it over an anthill. That's what they think of us. And not one person in major media will talk about it. Why? Because the media is one of the most essential arms of government. It's part of government. They couldn't give you your matrix reality without it. They couldn't keep you in it without it.
We are looking at an environmental disaster of untold proportions. It's going to make MTBE look like child's play. The reports of our emergency rooms in Sacramento are becoming overwhelmed with people with respiratory problems. Pediatric cancer, pediatric leukemia, pediatric asthma are just going up and up and up and up. In other areas where they're not spraying, you're not seeing this type of increase in any of these health problems. These pilots up there, don't they wonder what they're doing? They enter an area where the sky is absolutely perfectly blue, and then they fly back and forth just like a waffle. 5 hours later, they're done. Don't they wonder what they've left behind? They're pilots, for God's sake. They're sitting right in the airplane.
What should we do about it?
That's a good question. Do you have any ideas?
No.
Do you wish you had some ideas?
Yeah.
Me too.
I know.
What?
How about if we try to erase it with our hands?
I think that's a great idea.
Now erase it.
Erase it.
on. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, certainly in the more central and southern parts, it'll be a fine dry day. Good deal of sunshine to begin with, clouding over somewhat later on, clouding over somewhat later on, clouding over somewhat later on.
Unfortunately, the mainstream coverage only served to further cloud the chemtrail issue, as we shall see. The mainstream coverage gives three different explanations of the strange trails: weather modification, or geoengineering, military chaff, or normal contrails. Yet each of these explanations have contradictions within themselves. First, weather modification.
American nuclear physicist Edward Teller was among the first scientists to model an experiment that would address the issue of global warming. He speculated that aluminum oxide could be injected into the upper atmosphere. It would act like tiny mirrors and deflect a portion of the sun's rays back into space.
So the contrails are forming cirrus cloud, and there's natural cirrus cloud in the same area. Well, most natural clouds actually reflect more sunlight back to space than they supply infrared heat energy towards the Earth. However, cirrus clouds are different. They actually radiate more heat energy than they reflect solar energy back to space. And therefore, cirrus clouds contribute to global warming.
You could use barium oxide, for example, which makes big fluffy clouds. You could use tiny little bits of aluminum, which is benign in the environment, and essentially manage the climate.
Now, the EPA tells us that high levels of aluminum and barium can affect the nervous system and cause high blood pressure. And then there is Professor Gregory Benford of NASA and UC Irvine, who told us in our last story about ideas for modifying the weather that he says aren't happening now, but will probably happen down the road. But for Peterson, the future is now. She says she combed over drinking water data from the last 10 years, available from the State Department of Health. Her conclusion: those same chemicals, barium and aluminum and others, are showing up in water supplies across the state, spiking, sometimes above standards set by the Department of Health.
The earliest that I was involved in weather modification research in the United States was with Project Storm Fury, which has a history dating back to the 1960s.
Geoengineering has been around for a number of decades.
During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military began seeding clouds along the Ho Chi Minh Trail to create floods and wash out North Vietnamese supply routes. It was known as Operation Popeye, and crews flew over 2,000 spray missions.
Our next round is called Ring of Truth and utilizes the groundbreaking notion of rewarding correct answers with points. Celebrity facts are what it's all about, but are they facts or fiction? Clouds were once removed from the sky so that Paul McCartney could perform Good Day Sunshine at a concert.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, you can move clouds if you really want.
What you do is, you can either fly a plane over it and drop silver oxide on it, or you can shoot a rocket into the cloud. You can basically steal other people's rain if you do that. The cloud's going over. Is this a dream? No, you can do it. So you're telling me that it's possible to move the cloud?
No, I think it's true. Yeah, you have to have a lot of money.
It might sound like a stupid question, but why would he move the cloud?
Well, because good day sunshine. It can't be good, bold, cloudy day sunshine.
The song's called Good Day Sunshine. It doesn't mean you have to have the cloud moved.
Yeah,
when he sang Don't Let Me Down, did he tape himself to a lamppost?
It's like at my 21st, I didn't want clouds, so my dad had them removed.
What?
At my 21st, it was outside and we didn't have a marquee, so he removed the clouds.
Yeah.
Did he really? Did he send up planes?
Yeah, 2 planes.
Did you honestly, at your 21st birthday, get a cloud moved?
No, I got more than one. There was, oh my God. The whole sky just over our house in Hampshire was blue.
Yeah?
Just to match my dress.
You spoilt bitch.
That's incredible.
It's called weather modification, is what they call it.
The fact is, you definitely can do it. The question is, did Paul McCartney have
you could do it. You don't need a big old Gulfstream, just a little plane. To be honest, actually, it's not a thing about being rich.
It's slightly to do with being rich. If you get a plane to move a
Yeah,
cloud,
but
surely.
I'm saying it doesn't have to be a Learjet. I mean, we live on a farm.
As opposed to these council estate Cessna-like aircraft, you mean?
Do you think some of the problems of drought in Africa have been caused by too many people having 21st birthday parties too close to each other?
So, David, what are you thinking?
I think it's eminently plausible.
They're saying it's true. Lee?
Well, what do you think, Tara? What are we saying?
I think it's true.
Okay.
He mustn't use my plane.
And say it is. I'll say it's absolutely, sniffing well true.
Okay, and I can tell you that it is absolutely true. Well done. Yes, it's true. Paul McCartney did have clouds removed so he could perform Good Day Sunshine at a concert. Later that same concert, the audience asked to have its ears removed before he performed the frog chorus.
Sticking with our theme of the Germans, here's a worrying piece of news. You have to bear with me. It'll take a second to get there. Mercedes, next to their factory, they have a car park. Into that car park, they put all the new cars as they build them. So they line them all up, all shiny. Their problem is, every year, there are massive hailstorms. Massive. Big hailstones come down, ruin the paint on all their brand new cars. Mercedes, being Mercedes, obvious solution? Well, just control the weather. So they've learned a way of sending aeroplanes up, and they drop chemicals on the clouds, and that in turn breaks down and dissolves the hailstones. No hailstones, doesn't destroy
But this is a big problem.
Well, this is a big problem, because those hailstorms came for a good reason. God sent them, and God sent them with good reason, because just up the road from the Mercedes factory is the German wine-producing area. God doesn't like German wine, let's be honest.
So every year, God sends hailstorms to flatten the German vines, so we don't have to have any Blue Nun and Black Tower. And now Mercedes has gone along that. We have got rid of the clouds. More German wine, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen.
It's terrifying. It's bad news.
No, but I just wondered, why don't they just, for example, build a shed?
Well, because they're German.
They're German. This would be simple.
If it's hailing, I don't think...
It is easier to send a Messerschmitt into the clouds and
shoot the cloud.
With chemtrails, the explanation of weather modification is left a mystery, full of contradictions. Instead of cooling the planet and saving life, it creates warming and sickness, and the reports conflicting information make it impossible to conclude that it is happening at all. The military chaff explanation doesn't make things much clearer either.
Last weather segment, this is inevitably military or something going on. The government, the Air Force, they send out what's known as chaff, and it's a way to experiment with the radar systems. And when you see this kind of a pattern like this, you can rest assured there's something going on. They're actually little bitty magnetic and little bitty strips of, whether it's aluminum, you know, they change it, but what happens is the radar deflects off of all these little pieces, and they use it actually as a jamming mechanism for radar in warfare, but it can also jam our radar and make rain appear that there really is no rain out there.
This is what we call chaff, and what happens here, military jets, some come out of Key West Air Force Base, and they move off into the atmosphere, and they drop mylar strips, which some are coated, and if we come back to me on camera, they're about the size of this piece of paper, and they vary in size. Some could be a little wider, some are small glass fibers that are coated in aluminum, and what the Air Force does is they take their military jets and they dump these out of the aircraft, they fall in the atmosphere, and some take as much to a day to fall down, and it's to confuse enemy radar, and they use these training exercises to, again, confuse that radar to make these little blobs appear, and it has been proven that back in operations in the Balkans and also the Gulf War that this has saved many pilots' lives. So, Don, it's a nuisance to you and I to determine what's real and what's not, but it looks like it is a life-saving operation there from the military.
Indeed. Well, that's our job here, to separate chaff from the rain, so to speak. All right, thank you, Trent. That's very interesting. All right, we've got partly cloudy evening in Perrine.
They're like little needles coated with aluminum, and they're bundled together, and they have been used since the Second World War to produce artificial targets for radar.
To help clarify the confusion about whether chemicals for weather modification or military chaff are being released into the atmosphere, the Discovery Channel did a scientific test.
We have extensive studies that the civilian aircraft, the airliners, were laying plumes that basically dissipated within seconds to 2 minutes. The military aircraft in the same airspace laid plumes lasting 4 to 8 hours. The weather conditions are the same. The plumes are entirely different. One is civil and one is military. Something is going on.
Using aircraft with spray mechanisms to dispense chemical compounds into the sky, weather can be suppressed or intensified over a limited area for a period of time. Chaff isn't an aluminum fuel additive. It's ejected from the underbelly of a military aircraft to confuse radar and avoid detection by enemy surveillance. Test day began with the purchase of 5 gallons of randomly selected commercial jet fuel from the local airport.
So what we've done is we've conducted a number of experiments to try and look for signs of things like aluminum being in the fuel.
What the scientists at Kettering University tested was commercial jet fuel.
Well, the conclusions we found were pretty much what we expected when we started out, are that there's no significant differences between the samples of jet fuel we tested and the kerosene. If you look at that response, it is, essentially identical.
After reporting that only military planes leave the strange trails, that a spray mechanism is used for weather modification, and that chaff is released from the underbelly of military aircraft to then test commercial jet fuel, gives the impression that the Discovery Channel's purpose was to take the viewer on a wild goose chase, thus further confusing the matter. So, as explanations, we have weather modification to cool the planet and save life, even though science says it will cause warming and sickness. Also, whether it is happening or not is left a mystery, alongside the certainty that it will definitely be used in the future. Then, military chaff that saves lives, yet makes civilian populations targets for radar. Now, the third mainstream explanation. Contrails.
Aviation experts claim with increased air travel we're seeing more contrails. There's nothing more to it.
That's very odd. They could be very large contrails.
The simplest explanation is that they're contrails.
If the persistent trails are condensation, why are the trails from commercial planes always short and fast fading, whereas the unmarked planes alone leave trails that persist and expand? If everything is as normal, why the outrageous flight paths displayed by the unmarked planes? And why are unmarked planes leaving trails in regions that have no commercial flight paths? How do the trails switch on and off? That would mean switching off the engine in mid-flight. But the trails don't even seem to come from the engines. Why the particular patterns? How do the trails start and stop exactly at the right point? Why do so many forgetful pilots suddenly remember that they've left the oven on back home? Why the rainbow effects? Why are they affecting radar? What are the dark beams? If the contrails are normal, why are people from all walks of life around the world noticing them as something they have never seen before? And why have the authorities suddenly published documents to educate people about contrails? The Aircraft Contrail Fact Sheet was developed by scientific and regulatory experts at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Federal Aviation Administration, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in response to public inquiries regarding aircraft contrails. So the authorities have had to come up with new information to explain the strangeness to an inquiring public. Let's see what they have to say. Here it says, contrails have been a normal effect of jet aviation since its earliest days. which is true. Nobody's doubting that. Depending on the temperature and the amount of moisture in the air at the aircraft altitude, contrails evaporate quickly if the humidity is low, or persist and grow if the humidity is high. Wait a minute. Contrails have been a normal effect of jet aviation since its earliest days, that is true. But persistent and spreading contrails have not. People are noticing them as strange, because they have never seen them before. But this document words it as if they have always existed. They have not. The authorities have the audacity to tell us that this is normal and the way it has always been. For those of you with a bad memory, just look in your own family albums at photos taken before 1995, and you will not see any persistent contrails in the sky at all. Also, if persistent and spreading contrails are caused by high humidity, why are they seen 365 days a year over arid deserts in places such as California? How are aircraft emissions linked to contrail formation? Aircraft engines emit water vapor, carbon dioxide, small amounts of nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, sulfur gases, and certain metal particles. Metal particles. Why would metal particles be coming out of a jet engine? And here we have the scientific assessment of the global atmospheric effects of aviation, saying that it does not address the effects of engine emissions on local air quality near the surface or potential human health effects of engine emissions. Then in the same document it asks, are persistent contrails harmful to the public? Answering, persistent contrails pose no direct threat to public health. Yet how can they say that when they also say the assessment didn't address the potential human health effects of engine emissions? The contrail education from NASA tells us that contrails are human-induced clouds that only form at very high altitudes, usually above 8 kilometers or 26,000 feet, where the air is extremely cold, less than -40 degrees Celsius. So here we have them saying that contrails, that is, normal contrails, are only produced above 26,000 feet in extremely cold temperatures of less than -40 Celsius. However, the persistent trails are being seen below low-level clouds of less than 10,000 feet in hot summer months. Going by the official data, it is scientifically impossible for the persistent trails below 10,000 feet and in hot weather to be condensation. As we have seen, all three mainstream explanations have their contradictions and make very little sense, yet the reports focus seriously on those subjects. So, is the explanation of chemtrails handled with the same seriousness?
The Air Force says that, quote, there is no such thing as a chemtrail.
The notion of chemtrails is just ludicrous.
There's no evidence for supporting that assertion.
On the 2nd of October 2001, the Space Preservation Act of 2001, H.R. 2977, was introduced to the House of Representatives by Congressman Dennis Kucinich. In that bill, under Section 7B, chemtrails were listed as an exotic weapons system, alongside electronic, psychotronic, or information weapons, ultra-low-frequency weapons, plasma, electromagnetic, sonic, or ultrasonic weapons, laser weapons systems, strategic, theater, tactical, or extraterrestrial weapons, and chemical, biological, environmental, climate, or tectonic weapons. It is clear from this document that chemtrails are a weapons system. Section 7C explains the term exotic weapons systems to include weapons designed to damage space or natural ecosystems such as the ionosphere and upper atmosphere or climate, weather and tectonic systems with the purpose of inducing damage or destruction upon a target population or region on Earth or in space. On the 23rd of January, 2002, this bill was revised as the Space Preservation Act of 2002 H.R. 3616, and this time chemtrails had been removed from the list. In fact, there was no mention of exotic weapons at all. I wonder why. Whereas serious attention was paid to the other three contradictory explanations, the chemtrails explanation is ridiculed as being ludicrous, and their existence denied. despite chemtrails being listed by name in government documents. The mainstream reports also turned attention away from negative health problems to focus on positive life-saving weather modification.
Tonight, a community in the San Bernardino Mountains has a real mystery on its hands. The official explanation here is that jet contrails are causing strange lines in the sky and that it's pollen making people sick on the ground. But others are convinced it is something else, and they ask, is the government experimenting with our weather? More now on a Channel 4 News investigation, an exclusive we first told you about a few months ago concerning some strange clouds in the skies over Southern California. Some say they are simply jet contrails, but others claim it's the government creating chemical clouds to combat global warming.
These ideas have been around for a long time, and they range everything from firing artillery shells full of soil into the stratosphere to using synthetic chemicals like aluminum oxide, which, if the particles were small enough, they might float around in the atmosphere for a number of years and reflect sunlight. And finally, using gases such as sulfur dioxide. And finally, using gases such as sulfur dioxide, gases such as sulfur dioxide, gases such as sulfur dioxide.
Able to spray it on the populace. I gotcha. I'll rig some sort of spray device. Remember, I used to be a pretty good crop duster. Now we're getting somewhere. Johnny, you get the lab inventory and we'll get started. Okay, Reed, be right back.
Is there a doubt in your mind that the gas won't work, Mr. Richards?
Surely, Kirko, you are aware that no scientific discovery is complete without testing.
Come here. These two serfs will be our test subjects.
I see no danger. Our only concern is the amount of reduction we can achieve. Have them stand by the panel.
Go on. Go stand by the panel.
Okay, ready.
You've gone too far. You've killed them.
Will Thomas, included in Section 2 of this presentation, also featured on the Discovery Channel, only on mainstream TV. Things weren't quite so bleak. Let's compare the mainstream broadcast with his speech. First, the mainstream.
The problem with chemtrails is that when we attempt to geoengineer and interfere with complex, interrelated atmospheric processes, we are in for unintended consequences on a major scale.
Now the speech on alternative media.
And I'm here tonight to suggest very, very strongly that many of the illnesses that afflict us today in ever-growing numbers and severity were hatched in biological warfare laboratories and have now escaped, whether intentionally or accidentally, and are now among us today. As yet, my researchers and I have found absolutely no indication that the pathogens that are turning up in the gel samples, the cobweb material, have anything whatsoever to do with weather or environmental modification. There seems to be a second program at work here. And we have a real problem here, folks. Are those deaths that have been so often linked to this spraying intentional? Are they really trying to do us in? Or are they an unfortunate and unintentional byproduct of a program that is seen to have overriding national security implications in terms of global warming? Or are the people behind this program getting two for the price of one? I'll just say this, that when you institute a program of mass spraying across the populations of the United States, Canada, England, Germany, as recently as a week ago, Holland, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, and at the same time you know that people are being hospitalized, according to U.S. news sources, by the tens of millions in the United States, and you know your death rate is up in epidemic proportions for 19 of 20 weeks, and you continue to spray, I call that deliberate. And the one thing the people responsible for this are afraid of the most, and the one thing they cannot counteract with all the weapons and money at their command, is the truth. And the kind of power I'm talking about, which is the real power, will triumph in the end, because evil of this magnitude always fails of its own accord, of its own contradiction, of its very evilness.
Here, the interviewed pharmacist mentions nosebleeds, which rings true, as my family and I have suffered from simultaneous nosebleeds after heavy spraying. However, in these mainstream chemtrail stories there seems to be an agenda to shift attention away from the health problems, to concentrate on weather modification, that is, to save people's lives, indeed all life on the planet. Modification that is not happening now, we are assured, but will definitely happen in the future. It could be argued that this technique is a typical example of predictive programming. German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer noted that all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. And third, it is accepted as self-evident. This in itself is a truism, which our controllers know all too well. They therefore ridicule and oppose the truth of chemtrails.
The notion of chemtrails is just ludicrous.
Whilst at the same time introducing incremental either explanation of weather modification over time as a future-based scenario.
He says the DOE doesn't know of any jet spraying chemicals to affect the weather. However, he says we will probably see it in the near future. But what is unknown today may be actual fact tomorrow.
Doesn't it seem to you that they're going to be doing it in the future for sure?
Yes.
This technique avoids the first 2 stages in the public's mind, so that they jump straight to the 3rd stage of acceptance, foregoing the resistance of ridicule and opposition you would otherwise expect. This is predictive programming, whereby an idea is introduced, primarily through entertainment, when your guard is down and you're open to suggestion, so that when the idea turns up in reality you are already familiar with it, and it seems like a natural step.
The increase in jet contrails can easily be attributed to one thing: increase in air travel, and that there is some concern about the effect that may have on the climate, but not because of some kind of a conspiracy involving government agencies operating in secret to do some nefarious things.
This article, written by Public Affairs editor Anthony Barnett, appeared in The Guardian on the 21st of April 2002, entitled, "Millions were in germ war tests, much of Britain was exposed to bacteria sprayed in secret trials." The Ministry of Defense turned large parts of the country into a giant laboratory to conduct a series of secret germ warfare tests on the public. A government report just released provides for the first time a comprehensive official history of Britain's biological weapons trials between 1940 and 1979. In the 1940s too. That means when the men were away fighting in the Second World War, their families were being attacked at home by their own government. Who's the enemy again? Many of these tests involved releasing potentially dangerous chemicals and microorganisms over vast swaths of the population without the public being told. While details of some secret trials have emerged in recent years, the 60-page report reveals new information about more than 100 covert experiments. The report reveals that military personnel were briefed to tell any inquisitive inquirer. Here we go. The trials were part of research projects into weather and air pollution.
It's the government creating chemical clouds to combat global warming.
One chapter of the report, the fluorescent particle trials, reveals how between 1955 and 1963 planes flew from northeast England to the tip of Cornwall along the south and west coasts, dropping huge amounts of zinc cadmium sulfide on the population. The chemical drifted miles inland, its fluorescence allowing the spread to be monitored. In another trial using zinc cadmium sulfide, a generator was towed along a road near Frome and Somerset where it spewed the chemical for an hour. While the government has insisted the chemical is safe, cadmium is recognized as a cause of lung cancer, and during the Second World War was considered by the Allies as a chemical weapon. That's because that's exactly what it is. The report also reveals details of the DICE trials in South Dorset between 1971 and 1975. I love the names they give these things. DICE trials. So they're really taking a gamble on us here. I guess one of these dice trials would be called a die trial, then. These involved US and UK military scientists spraying into the air massive quantities of serratia marcescens bacteria with an anthrax simulant and phenol. In 1956, bacteria were released on the London Underground at lunchtime along the Northern Line between Collier's Wood and Tooting Broadway. The results show that the organism dispersed about 10 miles. Experiments conducted between 1964 and 1973 involved attaching germs to the threads of spiders' webs in boxes to test how the germs would survive in different environments.
For record, I'm out here recording web calls from chemtrails, which sounds crazy, but even my super skeptic dad is now a believer.
Yes, I saw them.
After seeing them 70 feet in the air, falling like huge spider webs. Dude, I want to walk up to that one.
I don't know whether the video is going to pick this up, but we've got these very odd-looking webs on the lawn this morning. It's Sunday the 21st of October. I'll take a couple of pictures of this. Some type of very fine web. And if I touch this, it disappears completely to nothing. Just dissolves away to nothing. It's gone. So we do find a lot of chemtrails in the sky here this morning. So here's another one. A photograph as well. So again, if I just touch this, it will more or less disintegrate to nothing. It's just gone. It just seems to totally dissolve. Well, from what I can tell, it seems to just dissolve.
In recent years, the Ministry of Defense has commissioned 2 scientists to review the safety of these tests. Both reported that there was no risk to public health, although one suggested the elderly or people suffering from breathing illnesses may have been seriously harmed if they inhaled sufficient quantities of microorganisms. So people could be seriously harmed, yet there's no risk to public health. Double think, don't you just love it? However, some families in areas which bore the brunt of the secret tests are convinced the experiments have led to their children suffering birth defects, physical handicaps and learning difficulties. Sue Ellison, spokeswoman for Porton Down, said independent reports by eminent scientists had shown there was no danger to public health from these releases, which were carried out to protect the public. So being sprayed with biological and chemical weapons is to protect us, you see. I'm glad I'm so cared for. The results from these trials will save lives. Should the country or our forces face an attack by chemical and biological weapons. What, like an attack by you, that you're admitting to now? So, just to make this clear, as things are a little hazy here, the public being attacked with bio-warfare is to save lives? Whose lives, I might ask? I'll just put that on the saves lives list, as we will see that this phrase comes up again and again to explain the most nefarious practices. For what decent-minded person would argue against saving lives? Asked whether such tests are still being carried out, the Porton Down spokeswoman said, "It is not our policy to discuss ongoing research. They don't think that them attacking us is any of our business."
Well, the British government are always 50 years or so after the fact declassified documentation from the Ministry of Defence and they've admitted to spraying Norwich in England with vast quantities of cadmium spray from aerial spraying and from shipping at sea, and let the wind blow it in, and then they monitored the health of the people down through the years to see what happened to them. And I never told them, of course. They knew what was happening to them, and of course the doctors would know too that something really was going on, because it had the highest incidence of esophageal cancers and various lung cancers in the country, basically.
Well, they couldn't blame Al-Qaeda then, could they?
No, you see, I've always said you don't need to worry about an enemy anywhere else when your own government does this on you.
This video of an Iraqi test flight obtained by UNSCOM some years ago shows an Iraqi F-1 Mirage jet aircraft. Note the spray coming from beneath the Mirage. That is 2,000 liters of simulated anthrax.
The notion of chemtrails is just ludicrous, benign in the environment. The simplest explanation is that they're contrails.
There's traffic in the sky and it doesn't seem to be getting much better. There's kids playing games on the pavement, drawing waves on the pavement, shadows of the planes on the pavement, It's enough to make me cry, but that don't seem like it will make you feel better. Well, maybe it's a dream, and if I scream it will burst at the seams. Whole place would fall into pieces, and then they'd say, well, how could we have known? I'll tell them it's not so hard to tell. No, no, no. You keep adding stones, soon the water will be lost in the well. And puzzle pieces in the ground, no one ever seems to be digging. Instead they're looking up towards the heavens with their eyes on the heavens. The shadows on the way to the heavens, It's enough to make me cry. That don't seem like it will make you feel better. The answers could be found, we could learn from digging down. But no one ever seems to be digging. Instead they'll say, well, how could we have known? I'll tell them it's not so hard to tell. No, no, no. You keep adding stones, soon the water will be lost in the well, lost in the well.
And here's that great verse from Genesis chapter 3
and it says that the serpent was more subtle. Please remember that the term subliminal is only a synonym for this gospel word. Please notice he was more subtle than any beast of the field. And notice this, he was getting ready to trick Eve. There was a negative consequences about to fall on Eve for her actions. How did he hide this negative plan that he was getting ready to deceive Eve with? The first word recorded in the book of Genesis he ever spoke was the word yea. He was planning a negative consequences, but he hid it with an opposite. He worded it very carefully so that she would not be alarmed. So let's go to Webster's, unabridged. This is one of those 15-pound dictionaries found at the library. This is the third book I use behind the Bible in a concordance. It states in the definition from Webster's Unabridged, this is a 1966 edition, that the definition of subliminals is something that falls below the threshold of stimulation. In other words, it's not quite up to a level where you'll take notice and action. There's something else very interesting in this definition. Begin to look down into the sub-definition, because you'll find them admitting right in the dictionary, notice between the parentheses, that these techniques are used in TV advertising. I didn't say that. That's from Webster's Unabridged at your local library. They said such as techniques in TV advertising. There's only one Christian book on the subject of subliminals. It's already out of print, but I will give the man credit for bringing up these issues to Christian people. Here's his book, 1986. The man's name was John Tranter. His little book was called Images. Let's read a powerful quote from his book. Isn't it ironic that the advertisements you thought were so stupid are really intelligently directed towards your what? Towards your subconscious. The left side of your brain is your conscious part. That's the part you do your thinking with. That's where you do your mathematics, your grammar, your analyzing. The right half, the right hemisphere of your brain is your subconscious, and that is the part of your brain that subliminals are directed to. You are not conscious of the fact that you are constantly under subliminal bombardment. Please notice again in the quote that he says these are hard-hitting messages. This has been proven to affect your final behavior, and he also states that these men are laughing all the way to the bank. before we proceed any further, let's see what Webster's Unabridged says about the term occult. The term occult can be defined as anything that intervenes between your sight and the light. When I ask people on talk radio or in expos or in speaking engagements, I always say, give me a working definition, something that you might purchase that comes between your eyes and the light.
Freedom to choose. Contact lens free trial at Specsavers.
The woman I married was easygoing, laid back. She was great. Go anywhere, do anything, sort of thing, within reason. The woman that I married is back, and it's fantastic.
Cliffs rise over 200 feet. Good for the appetite. Just as well, you'll find over 200 places to eat. Discover another world that's closer to home.
Dear Diary, weather perfect again. Sunscreen lasted longer than the bikini.
It's booing one day long. Hours of gorgeous protection with just one application.
In this advert, see how the voiceover, written in text, mocks the Grim Reaper like Huddies for not noticing what's going on around them. That is, chemtrails.
Z tohto naozaj stratíte reč a prestanete vnímať všetko okolo seba. S predplatenou O2 kartou máte SMS-ky do všetkých sietí navždy len za 1 korunu. Tak to si píšte. O2.
Indulge your washing. New Surf with essential oils.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Speaking of accusations, I want to clear up for everybody this whole notion of conspiracy theories, where that phrase was coined, and why people like yourself are painted with that brush.
Yeah, it's an interesting term, again, put out by what they call counterintelligence. And so when word comes out of certain things that are true and are not good for the public, that's what's called intelligence. Something that might be harmful to those who control. And so they have counterintelligence agencies who then pick up the same stuff and then they spin it off into outer space or fantastic stories and literally lead all the followers through a maze of mind control, basically. Because the time comes during every great plan where enough people are awakened to the plan. The time always comes when a critical moment in the balance is reached. And those who implement the changes to come must counter it. That's called counterintelligence. You take the intelligence which has been gathered by small people, and you take that intelligence, and then they spin it off into outer space. They diffuse it, they negate it, they render it harmless, you see. And that's what counterintelligence does. And when you come out and just present the basic facts, they'll say, oh, you must be one of those reptilian guys, you know, ha ha ha. In other words, they throw the baby out with the bathwater. They throw the intelligence out with the ridicule.
Right, yeah.
But that's what they do. They're creating a circus so that those who know the truth, they have the facts to back it up, are mixed into this circus, you see, until you're just, you know, part of this laughing stock.
Right.
And they keep pushing the word conspiracy theory, and I'm saying, hey, here's the facts put out by the big boys themselves.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order.
After 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322?
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
Were you a member of Skull and Bones from college and Bush? Were you in the same secret society as Bush? Were you in Skull and Bones? Thank you for cutting my mic. Thank you. Are you going to arrest me? Excuse me. Excuse me. What are you arresting me for? Whoa, 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 whoa. Is anybody watching? I'm not doing this. I want you to do that. Get off me. Get off me. What the fuck are you doing? Get off me. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is going on? What is going on? I want to stand and listen to the answer to my question. Why are you arresting me for asking? Help! 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 Are you kidding? They're arresting me. Help! I didn't do anything. Help me! Help me! Help! They're arresting me.
He had a taser on his chest. I mean, this really is ridiculous.
I didn't do anything. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. I didn't do anything. Ow! 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 Let me go! No! Let me go!
new world order. And this is the best chance to begin to establish the new world order.
Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge.
The Project for a New American Century, the think tank, with the report called Strengthening America's Defenses. This is frankly a demand for full spectrum dominance by the United States. I think the most chilling aspect of the Project for a New American Century document is this kind of transformation is a revolutionary change and is not going to happen at all quickly, absent a new catalyst of massive proportions, for example, a new Pearl Harbor.
And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
So here they have all this massive plan waiting to go, the countries to invade, and it's almost like hoping you'd win the lotto ticket in 2001. And sure enough, the very lotto ticket comes up, an attack on the scale of Pearl Harbor occurs, and it motivates the American people behind them. That's planning. That's very good planning.
Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
And Americans are brilliant at many things, not least of which is turning lemons into lemonade. There is a chance for the President of the United States to use this disaster to carry out what his father, a phrase his father used, I think, only once, and hasn't been used since, and that is a new world order.
The kaleidoscope has been shaken. The pieces are in flux. Soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us.
Al-Qaeda is to terror what the Mafia is to crime. But its goal is not making money. Its goal is remaking the world.
Let us reorder this world around us.
Its goal is remaking the world.
Let us reorder this world around us.
Let us reorder this world around us.
I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who's one of the Rockefeller family, and he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me through an attorney, and we became friends. We started talking about things, and he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told him what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event, and out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's going to be this war on terror, which is no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's no question.
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
Hegelian principle. When viewed objectively from a historical perspective, one can see that the events of 9/11 were the classic setup using the Hegelian principle. George Wilhelm Hegel, 1770 to 1831, was a German philosopher who is today considered one of the most influential thinkers in modern times. Hegel's articulation and teaching concerning successive phases in the consciousness and awareness of man is still part of the bedrock of philosophical teaching. Hegel is known for his theorem, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. A simplified English translation is problem, reaction, and solution. They secretly create a problem, the general population reacts with fear, and the solution is to transfer power to those who originally created the problem. It is effective and diabolical.
These terrorists kill not merely to end lives, but to disrupt and end a way of life. We're not deceived by their pretenses to piety. We have seen their kind before. They are the heirs of all the murderous ideologies of the 20th century. By sacrificing human life to serve their radical visions, by abandoning every value except the will to power, they follow in the path of fascism, Nazism, and totalitarianism. And they will follow that path all the way to where it ends, in history's unmarked grave of discarded lies.
Let me show you what the enemy really is. But if you understand symbolism, Nazi, fascist symbolism, you will notice on each side of the presidential podium two interesting, perhaps 5-foot-high symbols on each side of the podium where the president stands. This is what is referred to as a fasci, a bundle of sticks with a hatchet head. Now, what is the importance of a fasci? This is a symbol of Nazi fascism. The stuff that so many good Americans went to war in Second World War to defend the free countries of the world against Nazis and fascists. And why is the symbol of Nazism, fascism, on the presidential podium where the president stands to give his State of the Union address? We see Roman fasces, the symbol of international fascism. Somebody better start waking up and finding out Bin Laden is not our enemy. This man is not your enemy. Here is the enemy. The symbols of world fascism, Nazism, the mace itself. One needs to understand that in the United States Senate, there is a symbol called the mace. This mace is a Nazi fascist symbol. It comes out of the ancient Roman Empire. The fasci symbols of the bundle of sticks with a hatchet head comes out of the Roman fascist system in Europe. So if we have an enemy, you can bet your bottom dollar, here is the enemy.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
So we knew by the middle of last year that there was going to be probably something called a Reichstag fire episode. And those of you who know about Nazi history probably understand that that means an explosive political episode, terrorist episode, calculated to buffalo the people into accepting the giving up of their rights. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the reality is that throughout the 20th century, most totalitarian regimes have come into place through the voluntary acquiescence of the people. Surprisingly enough, more liberty is lost through the ballot box than through tanks. So what you have to understand is what are the signs, what are the kinds of techniques that are used to create these episodes. We figured by the middle of last year there was going to be a Reichstag fire, there was going to be an episode calculated to try to catapult the American people into a state of panic where they would give up their freedom in favor of tyranny.
We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
But if some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin-pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart-bombed.
The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud, it's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, it's a joke, you know. And until we discover what really happened on 9/11 and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
How did you feel when you heard about the terrorist attack?
Well, thank you, Jordan. Well, Jordan, you're not going to believe what state I was in when I heard about the terrorist attack. I was in Florida. And my chief of staff, Andy Card, well, actually I was in a classroom talking about a reading program that works. And was sitting outside the classroom waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower of a TV. You know, the TV was obviously on.
The president tells us he sees on an ordinary TV set outside a school classroom the first plane hit the World Trade Center. He gives the oddly reinforcing detail that, quote, the TV was obviously on, unquote. He continues.
I used to fly myself, and I said, well, there's one terrible pilot. And I said it must have been a horrible accident. But I was whisked off there. I didn't have much time to think about it.
Didn't have time to think about it. As if his being told, time to meet the kids, Mr. President, stops all his thought processes concerning the remarkable image of what he's told us he's just seen on an ordinary TV, on top of all his knowledge of the unprecedented situation from earlier in the morning. But anyway, could George Bush have seen on ordinary TV the first plane hit the World Trade Center? No, he could not have. The footage of that first strike only shows up on television the next day, September the 12th, 2001. It was taken by a French documentary crew that happened to be in downtown New York. The Orlando Town Hall session takes place 7 weeks after 9/11, so it can be suggested Bush confuses the second plane with the first. But how to explain this? We've all seen Andy Card do that. None of this can ever be retracted. It is an interlocking historical record. Why go on at length about this? Because it may one day become the basis for criminal court proceedings.
Later that afternoon, another building at the World Trade Center site collapsed. This time, without a plane ever hitting it. This is Building 7, in the shadow of the Twin Towers. Its collapse was captured on camera from several angles. These are other buildings which were brought down by demolition charges. The collapse of Building 7 here looks similar.
Here on this video, you can actually see what happens. This is looking directly south at where we're standing now. We're down here.
But it does look exactly like a controlled demolition.
I understand why people might think that, and I see what they're saying, but when you learn the facts about the way that the building was built and about the way that it supported itself and the damage that was done from the collapsing towers that preceded it, the idea that it was a demolition just holds no water.
In its provisional report on Building 7, the official investigators suggested the collapse was caused by intense fires that fatally weakened the building's steel frame. But they said this had a low probability and more research was needed.
They're really shying away from that. They have no sense.
5 years on, their final report is still being prepared. It's thought investigators will conclude that the evidence supports their initial theory. The building collapsed. It wasn't demolished.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Probably find out more now about that from our correspondent Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
As you can see behind me, the Trade Center appears to be still burning. We see these huge clouds of smoke and ash, and we know that behind that there's an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline, a symbol of the financial prosperity of this city, but completely disappeared now.
I want to tell you that we are getting word from New York right now that another building has collapsed. I understand that this is a 47-story building. Do we have pictures of it? I guess that's smoke now. Correct me if I'm wrong in the control room, please. But is that smoke coming from this third collapse? Okay, that is what we're understanding, which makes sense because it looks like the sun is going down. But the heavy black smoke once again.
Jane, I think many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were completely flabbergasted by it and just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley in Manhattan. Perhaps we can rejoin her and follow that up later.
They create a situation where if you tell the truth, you're considered a lunatic. You know, in other words, if someone goes on a TV show and says 9/11's an inside job, oh, you're an idiot, you're crazy. They call you names. You can't be afraid of that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty. Conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theories.
On Tuesday, the 11th of September 2001, as American Airlines Flight 11 pushed back from the gate at 7:40 a.m., there happened to be a routine defense training exercise taking place at the U.S. Air Defense Command. So when the first reports of a possible hijack came through from civilian air traffic control, 57 minutes later, some of the military thought the reports were part of the exercise.
We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys to scramble some F-16s or something up there.
What?
Is this real world or exercise? No, it's not an exercise contest.
But in the confusion, it was a further 9 minutes before interceptors were scrambled.
To be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning. And not until today did we get a full opportunity to work the entire site other than the spot at Church and Day to which we were deployed. But to be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning. But to be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning.
There's been an explosion deep below the 110-story towers of the World Trade Center at New York City.
In October of 1993, there was a car bombing of the World Trade Center. The bombing was not successful in bringing the building down because the car was parked too far away from the interior columns. The bomber was a 43-year-old Egyptian, Imad Salim. According to stories from the New York Times, Salim was paid $1 million and was trained by the FBI to perform this reprehensible act. Salim figured out that he was being set up to be the patsy and taped John Antisev. Antisev, a top American FBI agent, told Salim to proceed with the bombing.
Last winter, the FBI was praised for its speed in cracking the case of the World Trade Center bombing and bringing 4 suspects to trial. Now, there is some evidence that the FBI may have known of the plot in advance through an informant and might even have stopped the bombing that killed 6 people. Correspondent Jacqueline Adams has the story.
FBI agents might have been able to prevent last February's deadly explosion at New York's World Trade Center. They discussed secretly substituting harmless powder for the explosives, but they didn't, according to the FBI's own informant, Imad Salim. Unbeknownst to the FBI at the time, Salim recorded many of his conversations with his handlers.
I'm holding 903 pages of draft transcripts.
William Kunstler represents Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman and several others charged with conspiring to blow up a series of New York City landmarks 4 months after the World Trade Center bombing. That case has not yet gone to trial. Kunstler confirmed newspaper reports of the Salim transcripts. In one, Salim complains to an FBI agent, "Since the bomb went off, I feel terrible. I feel bad. I feel here is people who don't listen." The agent replies, "Hey, I mean, it wasn't like you didn't try and I didn't try. You can't force people to do the right thing."
There is material in here to show gross governmental misconduct.
The thing that concerns me is that what are we doing for the thousands of men and women actually who are in London working? And I say that because at 9:30 this morning we were actually running an exercise for over a company of 1,000 people in London based on simultaneous bombs going off precisely at the railway stations that happened this morning. So I still have the hairs on the back of my neck standing upright.
To get this quite straight, you were running an exercise to see how you would cope with this, and it happened while you were running the exercise?
Precisely. And it was about 9:30 this morning. We'd planned this for a company, and for obvious reasons I don't want to reveal their name, but if they're listening they'll know it. We had a room full of crisis managers for the first time they met, and so within 5 minutes we made a pretty rapid decision. This is the real one. And so we went through the correct drills of activating crisis management procedures to jump from slow time to quick time thinking. Today we were running an exercise for a company, bearing in mind I'm now in the private sector, and we sat everybody down in the city, 1,000 people involved in the whole organisation, but the crisis team. And the most peculiar thing was we based our scenario on the simultaneous attacks on the underground and mainline station. So we had to suddenly switch an exercise from fictional to real. And one of the first things is get that bureau number. When you have a list of people missing, tell them. And it took a long time.
just to get this right, you were actually working today on an exercise that envisioned virtually this scenario.
If London can survive the Blitz, it can survive 4 miserable bombers like this. Not saying there are 4 bombers, not saying there are 4 bombers, not saying there are 4 bombers, 4 miserable events like this.
To understand the London bombers and who perpetrated it, you first need to look at 3/11/2004, the bombings in Madrid, Spain. Years after the blast that rocked trains in the city of Madrid, Spain, the government admits that Al-Qaeda had no connection to the attacks. Every one of the supposed bombers had intimate links to the Spanish security services, including the head of their bomb squad. The alleged leader of the bombers, who reportedly gave dynamite to the terrorists, was connected to the Madrid bomb squad. And we see the exact same earmarks, the same MO in the London bombings that we witnessed in Madrid.
Tony Blair in England, he was ready to go out. The people didn't want him. The lies that he told about weapons of mass destruction. The public were ready to have a mass demonstration and maybe even riots in the streets over the new ID card that they've been told they're going to get. And lo and behold, right on cue, the so-called mysterious bombers bombed London, you know, which put Tony Blair back up there on the grandstand. Oh, I'm here to protect you. We're doing all we can. It's these nasty Muslims that did this. And it happened right on cue. You couldn't get better terrorists as friends for Tony Blair than they've got right now. You couldn't get better friends as terrorists. If they were real terrorists, they would just leave it the way it's going. Tony Blair would get kicked out, and his party as well, and also the public would have their riots in the streets about the ID card. But lo and behold, right on cue, when they needed him most, the mysterious Ben Laden's group blows up a few buses and things, and this is all out the window now. We're back to war again. It was a brand new faction that they didn't know existed. Yeah. The famous MI6 that had infiltrators in every group in the whole planet didn't know this group existed. And they have millions of cameras all over London, but not one picked them up doing this. It's so mysterious, we're all amazed, yes. And the public cannot bring themselves to imagine that there are evil people running their country that would go to these lengths, kill their own people to justify a warfare. That's why this technique works. That's why it works.
It is in our hands to leave these dark machines behind, the dark ages where they belong, and to press forward to cap a historic movement, cap a historic movement, cap a historic movement, cap a historic movement, cap a historic movement towards a new world order and a long era of peace.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it.
Here is an official poster for the European Union. It depicts the European Union Parliament building under construction, and it bears a striking resemblance to the biblical Tower of Babel, as painted by Dutch artist Peter Bruegel in the 16th century. as the European Union associates itself with the biblical Tower of Babel. Let's read what the Bible says about the subject.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
So, according to the Bible, with which the EU has associated its building, the Lord was against the oneness of the people and the building of the tower, and so destroyed it. That tells us what God thinks of globalization. The EU picture shows the Tower of Babel is being rebuilt, which biblically goes against the Lord's judgment. Also notice that the slogan, "Many tongues, one voice," inverts the Lord's judgment, for he confounded their language for that very reason. Another inversion is, over the Tower of Babel are reversed pentagrams. Symbols are commonly reversed to express the negative. Famous examples are the Nazis, inverting the good luck swastika symbol from right to left for negative purposes. Also the cross being turned upside down to symbolize anti-Christian beliefs. In the EU picture, the pentagrams are inverted to make the goat of Mendes, which is a symbol used in satanic ritual. The EU's explicit anti-Christian references are worthy of note. Looking closer at the people in the bottom left of the picture, we can see, well, there's a bit of brotherhood going on there. And there's a mason. And notice all the people are square blockheads, apart from the round-headed baby, who hasn't yet had his circle squared. The blockheads are now bricks in the wall to make up the construction. It could be said, the blockheads have been chipped.
Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right?
The Bush administration's open borders policy and its decision to ignore the enforcement of this country's immigration laws is part of a broader agenda. President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
Susan, I want to switch gears, talk about this other issue that's out there, the creation of a new North American Union, if you will, similar to the EU, the European Union. The President was asked about this today at the summit meeting with the leaders of Mexico and Canada. Listen to what he said.
I'm amused by the difference between what actually takes place in the meetings and what some are trying to, say takes place. It's quite comical, actually, when you realize the difference between reality and what some people are talking on TV about.
All right, well, what is the background? What's going on here?
Well, Wolf, there's a lot of talk in the blogosphere and conspiracy theorists who believe that this summit was really a secret plot, if you will, to establish a super government in support of big business, that even there would be some sort of super highway that would be traveling through all three of the countries. All leaders got quite a bit of a chuckle out of this one. We even heard from Prime Minister Harper, who said, look, they manufacture the rules for manufacturing jelly beans are different than Canada as well as the United States. If you standardize the jelly bean, it's not a threat to Canada's sovereignty. So obviously a lot of suspicion on the part of what this summit was really about, but they assured people, look, there's nothing really to worry about.
A lovely time of the year to visit Quebec. Thanks very much, Suzanne, for that report.
When we elect officials, we expect them to act on our behalf. When we get involved in cooperative frameworks with other countries for joint regulation of fisheries or rail transportation or the skies, we're basically sharing our sovereignty with that government and outsourcing some of what we give our elected officials.
The idea that the White House would respond, that this is on their website, This involves intricate workings amongst the Commerce Department of this country and Canada and Mexico's, of course, a regional prosperity and security program. This is absolute ignorance. And the fact that we reported this, we should point out, when it was signed. But as we watch this thing progress, these working groups are continuing, they're intensifying. What in the world are these people thinking about?
Well, they say, look, these are a declaration and an outline of our priorities. And when I called them today, Lou, they said I was the first phone call they had received literally since the deal was first signed. So people are not paying attention, and they're letting them, in fact, get away with this.
You know, I was asked the other day about whether or not I really thought the American people had the stomach to stand up and stop this nonsense, this direction from a group of elites in absolute contravention of our law, of our Constitution, every national value. And I hope, I pray that I'm right when I said yes. But this is beyond belief.
All these new challenges are bringing together about the biggest restructuring we have ever seen, not just of the global economy, but of the global order as a whole. And 200 years ago, a famous British Foreign Secretary said that the new world had been called into existence to redress the balance of the old. In 1990, another old world ended, dominated by the Cold War, and people talked then, in 1990, of a new world order. What they actually meant then was a new political order. And it's only now that we can begin to understand that the world order that globalization brings and what it's going to look like, it's driven forward now not just by the balance of military strength, the Cold War time, or ordinary political power. It's being driven forward by a seismic shift in economic power that we see around us. But what does the new world order mean for countries like ours who are looking to succeed? I suggest that the countries that are going to succeed are those that combine flexibility, free trade, open markets, with proper stewardship of the environment, and investment in education, infrastructure, and innovation. And the question for us is how we meet and master all these challenges to ensure that Britain enhances its competitiveness in the process and realizes what I believe is our destiny of success in this new world order.
Thomas Jefferson himself, in his own memoirs, states quite openly, he said, when the people see a continuing agenda through different and changes in government, then they know in reality they're being run by a secret tyranny.
So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, a new world is emerging. It is a new world order with significantly different and radically new challenges for the future. It is a new world order with significantly different and radically new challenges for the future.
And imposing its radical beliefs on people everywhere.
Radically new challenges.
By sacrificing human life to serve their radical visions.
Radically new challenges for the future.
A new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
By sacrificing human life to serve their radical visions.
Of the UN's founders.
Where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause.
Now here's the United Nations getting in on it, because they have to be in on it since they're the front for all the global elite. By the way, the United Nations, we don't get a vote to vote people into the United Nations, and yet they're always on about making every other country democratic. Think about it.
They want everyone to move from the rural areas in every country and move into these habitat areas, as they call them, human habitat areas. These artificial compounds, you might call them too, where they say in their own website, they say there'll be no private property. There will be no ownership of vehicles either, automobiles. public transportation only. And of course your life from birth to death will be watched and observed and regulated by experts, you see, NGO experts. And we have experts for everything. We're watching laws being implemented, the same laws on a national, international, regional, county, local level at the same time. Same laws passed across the world. What does that give you a clue as to what is happening?
The whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is given me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one-world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people. And you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
Doctors want to place a computer chip under your skin. Sound bizarre? It could save your life.
You're watching Fox 5 News at 10. What New Yorkers watch. Works for shopping. If some have their way, you'll be scanned too. Find out why. Coming up in just a few minutes.
It's hard to wrap your brain around all the technology available today.
Imagine having your entire medical history embedded under your skin. Sounds great, right? Well, you haven't heard the other side.
Dr. Steve Salvatore takes a look at the havenât.
There's a couple times I've been put in the hospital and I was unable to communicate that I was a diabetic and what medications I was on.
Molly Phillips hopes her worst nightmare never happens again. To make sure, she had a new device called the havenât, a computer chip about the size of a grain of rice placed under her skin.
The havenât is a device in which we have programmed into it a number, a regular serial number which is matched to a database, a secure, lockdown computer database.
That database contains Molly's entire medical record, everything from her diabetes to the exact dose and type of medication she's on. Hackensack University Medical Center is the first hospital in our area testing the new technology. Dr. Joseph Feldman, chairman of the ER, says the idea will save lives. Dennis Porterfield is having a chip implanted today. He has 3 stents in his heart and had part of his lung removed because of cancer.
Why are you having the chip placed today?
Well, I do a little traveling, and I'd like to be assured that no matter where I go, I'll be able to tell doctors what I've had or had done to me and what I'm taking for medicine, etc.
Okay. Yep. And that's it. So how did it go?
It's a piece of cake. There's virtually no pain.
The goal of the program is to be in every hospital nationwide. All patients would automatically get scanned to see if they have a havenât as soon as they get to the hospital. But there's a problem. Different companies are competing for the same market with slightly different technologies.
The big challenge is getting the medical profession in unison to use the same type of operating system, so that if my patient goes to Orlando, Florida, Disney World, and requires health care, that the device that they use in that ER is able to read the chip that we implanted here.
Critics say the havenât is the ultimate invasion of privacy. It's like Big Brother gone awry. But patients don't see it that way.
No one can go into your computer or your chip to find out your information. You have to have a code and a password.
For Dennis Porterfield, the decision was easy.
Safety thing, I think it's, cheap prevention.
Dr. Steve Salvatore, Fox 5 News.
The microchip technology is moving like lightning, we're told. There are newer chips already available on the market that update your medical history. That's medical history. You can actually erase data from a chip and put new data down.
Hey, Mr. Lightyear. Never made a delivery to your home before.
I'm taking some personal days off, Ed.
Usually I gotta track you down in some toxic vortex, the cosmic battlefield. Retinal scan okay?
Ouch! Well, what's that for?
DNA sample. New policy.
Non-violent offenders who don't even have to be behind bars. They could be closely tracked by a global positioning satellite that can spot them down to a few feet. Electronic boundaries like those we impose on pets could be set up for these inmates, and surgically implanted electrodes could even shock them until they return to where they're supposed to be.
One thing we could implant would be a subliminal implant. In other words, basically messages being typed into the subconscious constantly. Do the right thing, do what's required of you, be a good citizen, don't disobey the law.
Something has to change, though. They have to find a better way to identify the bad guys, or the rest of us are going to stay home and watch the world go by on television. But we need some system for permanently identifying safe people. Most of us are never going to blow anything up, and there's got to be something better than one of these photo IDs. A tattoo somewhere, maybe. The Saudis used an American device to scan the eyes of travelers. I wouldn't mind having something planted permanently in my arm that would identify me. If we don't do something, people are going to stop flying. If they stop flying, and I don't go to the Giants games, it means the bastards have won.
I've often wondered, what if all of us in the world discovered that we were threatened by an outer power from outer space, from another planet? Wouldn't we all of a sudden find that we didn't have any differences between us at all?
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Want to find more on this, go into the Club of Rome, and you can see one of the books put out. It was published in 1991 by the Council of the Club of Rome. The book was called The First Global Revolution. In it you'll find, in searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention. The real enemy, then, is humanity itself. So repeat that little bit again from this book. In searching for a new enemy to unite us. See, bring the world together. Remember John Dewey? If only there was a threat from outer space, the world would have to come together and all be as one to fight it. What he meant was putting themselves under the guidance of all the elite with their experts to guide the new society, to make it more efficient. For a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention. The real enemy, then, is humanity itself. The weather is the big stick. They've obviously put so much time and effort into how do we con the public of the world. How do we do it?
In 1977, the United Nations published a book called Basic Facts About the United Nations. In that book, it states that in 1977, the Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques, also called the NMOD Convention, said it prohibits the use of techniques that would have widespread, long-lasting or severe effects through deliberate manipulation of natural processes and cause such phenomena as earthquakes, tidal waves, and changes in climate and weather patterns. The Weather Modification Bill, mentioned on NBC, goes against this rule. Knowing there is technology to create tidal waves, such as tsunamis, storms, earthquakes, and climate changes, the recent global weather disasters, all backed by a global political agenda, can perhaps be seen in a new light.
Using aircraft with spray mechanisms to dispense chemical compounds into the sky, weather can be suppressed or intensified over a limited area for a period of time.
You can basically steal other people's rain if you do that.
During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military began seeding clouds along the Ho Chi Minh Trail to create floods and wash out North Vietnamese supply routes. It was known as Operation Popeye, and crews flew over 2,000 spray missions.
This morning it was summer. By noon a cold front building. Where did you go? Where did you go? Yeah, it looks like we're in for stormy weather. With daytime disruption coming through. Oh, look out, there she blows. Now everybody knows. Stormy weather always makes me think of you. Oh, watch out, 'cause the storm is coming through. Yeah, watch out, 'cause the storm is coming through.
I've just come from chairing a meeting of our Cabinet Committee, which has received an update from the Environment Agency, from the emergency services, from the local police command centres, about the preparations that are being made for what have been the biggest tidal surges coming down the North Sea and affecting areas in a way that hasn't happened since the 1950s.
In 1952, 35 people died when floodwaters caused by a spectacular storm thundered down from Exmoor and washed away the village of Lynmouth in North Devon. The disaster is always put down to being a tragic act of God, but it now seems possible the hand of man might have played a part. Not long after it, rumours began to circulate that RAF planes had been used in rain-making experiments over southern England.
Spokeswoman for the Ministry of Defence was happy to set the record straight.
The MOD has not and do not conduct cloud seeding experiments. I trust this settles the matter.
Group Captain John Hart remembers flying on that successful rain-making mission as an RAF officer back in 1949, and he's none too happy about suggestions that it never happened.
I cannot understand how the Ministry of Defence will say that these things did not happen. I have the proof. The Public Record Office have the proof. If you don't believe that, I'm sorry.
The BBC has also come across another document held in the Public Record Office. It makes clear that cloud seeding, which involves firing or dropping particles of salt, dry ice or silver iodide into clouds to make them rain, was being investigated by the military. The following is taken from an Air Ministry meeting held in the War Office in 1953.
Possible uses. A. To increase rainfall over a given target area in order to bog down enemy movement in that area. B. To increase rainfall, thereby increasing the water flow in rivers and streams to hinder or stop enemy crossings. C.
Using the same techniques to make unnatural chemtrails seem natural, the media then started reporting that the utterly extraordinary floods are here to stay, changing the extraordinary into a new ordinary. One critic even blamed the public for not being more aware.
Our first priority is, of course, to ensure people are safe, and that's why over the course of yesterday evening and right through the night, we've been bringing in the helicopters, the sandbags, the preparations that are absolutely necessary so that people are safe. And our first duty is to make sure that as the waves and the tides have their effect, everybody is safe. It is too early to assess the damage that has been done. It is important, however, to remember that people have been both vigilant and have been incredibly calm in dealing with requests, for example, to move house. During the course of the day, we'll continue to monitor this. I think the important thing, however, is that the national government stands ready to help local communities with any difficulties that arise. And I want to thank people for recognising not only that they've got to act on the warnings that have been given, but also the calm and measured way that they've done this, and their willingness to understand that personal safety is incredibly important here and not to take any risks with their own personal safety.
The summer flood chaos came at just the right time to emphasize the worthiness and necessity of the drastic global political changes being marketed to us by stars at the Live Earth concerts.
The corporate elite of the planet intensified their push for a global taxation system with a year-long build-up to the Live Earth hysteria held on July 7th, 2007 on 7 continents. World leaders announced that saving the Earth was the new organizing principle for humanity and hailed it as the planet's new religion. They claimed that CO2, which plants breathe, was killing the Earth, and that we must reduce the number of children we have to curtail our carbon footprint. Countries across the world marked the day by passing new carbon tax schemes and raising taxes on gasoline, natural gas, and electricity.
Put a price on the carbon. A tax is the best way. Cap and trade can also do it.
If there were a carbon-based tax, would there be a need for an economy-wide cap and trade system?
They are not either or. We can do both. I am in favor of both.
We need to take advantage of everybody on this planet to help solve the problem of global warming. We need to take advantage of everybody on this planet, take advantage of everybody on this planet, take advantage of everybody on this planet. If we can do it with some form of climate engineering, all the better.
Could a strange substance found by a southwest Arkansas man be part of a government test?
Well, that's the question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention. Well, tonight, KSLA News 12 investigation reporter Jeff Farrell shows us the results of testing we had done about what's in our skies.
It seemed like some mornings it was just crisscrossing the whole sky. It was just like a giant checkerboard.
Bill Nichols snapped several photos of the strange clouds from his home in Stamps, Arkansas. They begin as normal contrails from a jet engine, but do not fade away like a normal contrail. Soon after, he saw particles in the air.
You know, because we'd see it drop to the ground in a haze.
Nichols then noticed the material collecting on the ground.
This is water and stuff that I collected in bowls. I had it set out in my backyard on my dad's pickup truck.
KSLA News 12 had the sample tested at a lab. The results? A high level of barium, 6.8 parts per million, more than 3 times the toxic level set by the EPA.
Armed with these lab results about the high levels of barium found in our sample, we decided to contact the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality. They told us that yes, these levels are very unusual, but at the same time they added the caveat that proving the source is a whole nother matter.
Barium is a hallmark of other chemtrail testing, which even attracted attention from a Los Angeles TV station. There's already no shortage of unclassified weather modification programs by the government. But those who fear chemtrails could be secret biological or chemical testing on the public point to the 1977 Senate hearings in particular, which confirmed 239 populated areas had been contaminated with biological agents between 1949 and 1969. Later, the 1994 Rockefeller Report concluded hundreds of thousands of military personnel were also subjected to secret biological experiments over the last 60 years. But could secret testing be underway yet again? KSLA News 12 discovered chemtrails are even mentioned by name in the initial draft of House Bill 2977 back in 2001 under the Space Preservation Act. But the military denies any such program exists. Jeff Farrell, KSLA News 12 reporting.
And, you know, it turns out until 9 years ago, the government had the right under U.S. law to conduct secret testing on the American public under specific conditions. Only a public outcry repealed part of that law with some exceptions.
Now, Jeff's report mentioned high levels of barium linked to those alleged chemtrails. We wanted to find out exactly what effects barium has on the body. Well, we spoke with Mark Ryan, the director of the Poison Control Center. Ryan tells KSLA News 12 that short-term exposure can lead to anything from stomach to chest pains. Long-term exposure causes blood pressure problems. Ryan addressed concerns by chemtrail researchers that barium could be meant to wear down a person's immune system.
Anything that causes ill effects in the body long-term, chronically, is going to affect your ability because it's constantly working on the body. So from that aspect, yeah, that's a potential.
You know, Nick and I discussed many things. One of the things we discussed, or he brought up in conversation, was reducing world population, and felt that there were too many people in the world. In a way, I agree, there are too many people in the world, but I don't think I have the authority to say who's going to die and who's not going to die, you know. But they felt that they wanted to reduce world population, and he felt that it should be reduced by half.
In December of 1974, the U.S. government made third world population reduction a central national security issue. The operation plan, titled National Security Study Memorandum 200, was simply a regurgitation of the British Commission on Population created by King George VI of England in 1944, which openly stated that populous third world nations posed a threat to the international elite's monopoly of global power. The Kissinger-authored U.S. plan targeted 13 key countries where massive population reduction was called for. Kissinger recommended that IMF and World Bank loans be given on condition that nations initiate aggressive population control programs, such as sterilization.
Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run, there is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm
read up on the history of viral and bacterial warfare. That's where your plagues will come from. They can do all of the other things with the h.a.a.r.p technology alone. Earthquakes, droughts or flood, and hurricanes, tornadoes, is all in their treaty at the United Nations. So yeah, they have the bag of tricks. As long as they don't admit that they're using them, they might just get away with it. Now they're going to put a lot of propaganda out and claim, well, it's a threat from out there. It's the sun's going crazy. The sun is just going nuts, and you have to give up all your rights and do what we say so we can all survive. Or they could use the plague, as I say. So many things they can use, because it's all done now by science. And they've been spraying us like bugs for years now, and you can smell and taste the metallic particles in the atmosphere pretty well every day. And here's what was in The Guardian. And it says here, the Ministry of Defence predicts more use of chemical weapons. They predict it. They predict more use of chemical weapons. This is how they give their statements to the British public and to the world. And he goes on to say, information chips implanted in the brain, electromagnetic pulse weapons, the middle classes becoming revolutionary, taking on the role of Marxist proletariat, the population of countries in the Middle East increasing by 132%, while Europe's drops as fertility falls. Flash mobs, they love the lingo. Lingo is these little words that they came up with. Flash mobs. Flash mobs, which are groups rapidly mobilized by criminal gangs or terrorist groups. Now remember, criminal is a term that can be put on anybody or any group or any nation, in fact. So anyone can become a criminal depending on what law is passed about whatever topic. If you wore yellow clothes and it was forbidden, you'd suddenly become a criminal. Now, why would the middle classes become revolutionary? It doesn't explain that part, you see. It means that something's going to happen to the middle classes to make them revolutionary. And who has all this weaponry? Well, the elite have at the top. Who has the ability to make us all sterile? Well, the elite have at the top. They have it all. Who has the ability to make the middle classes revolutionary? It's because the elite, whatever they do to the rest of them, would make it so. Everything they mention there, actually, you see, is going to be caused by the elite themselves. This is the world in 30 years' time, envisaged by a Ministry of Defence team responsible for painting a picture of the future strategic context. They love these terms, that psychopathic term. They love these little terms, you see. Likely to face Britain's armed forces. Rear Admiral Chris Parry, head of the Ministry of Defence Development Concepts and Doctrine Centre. See, they've got a Concept and Doctrine Centre. And we're all sitting humming along the songs that are churned out, if you don't understand them these days, and soaking up the movies to give us predictive programming to escape a little bit of misery in our lives, or whatever it is that we do to get relief. These characters have these think tanks on the go 24 hours a day in shifts, working in shifts. Unlimited financing for the computers and staff because we pay for it all through taxes. To dream up things that they're going to do to us, you see. So the Concepts and Doctrine Centre, which drew up the report, describes the assessments as probability-based rather than predictive. Now, isn't that interesting? The development of neutron weapons, which destroy living organs but not buildings, might make a weapon of choice for extreme ethnic cleansing in an increasingly populated world. We should listen to that again, eh? Shall we listen to that again, boys and girls? All you who are unauthorized to communicate with each other. The development of neutron weapons, which destroy living organs but not buildings, might make a weapon of choice for extreme ethnic cleansing in an increasingly populated world. Well, of course, that will be the middle classes that will be doing that, right? Or maybe the lower classes. Huh? If they have a whip round with their hats and collect enough little coin, they can build these weapons. Well, of course not. They're telling you here it's themselves that might make a weapon of choice for extreme ethnic cleansing in an increasingly populated world. Which also tells you that they've discussed the scenario of what ethnic groups they want to cleanse. For extreme ethnic cleansing in an increasingly populated world, the purpose is to depopulate. So which ones will they start with? This has all been discussed already long ago. The explicit use of chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear weapons and devices delivered by unmanned vehicles or missiles. This is all their stuff, you see, they already have all this. Now once again, they're going to start off by putting it off way in the future, like the one day they'll be able to do this, just haven't quite got the bugs ironed out of the thing yet, the gizmo they're going to use, to make us think, oh, we can be safe, quiet network can be safe now. That's off in the future. This is old stuff. This is a predictive programming.
This is the end of the world!
It was an epidemic unlike any other. Within days, millions were infected. Within weeks, they were forced together.
Containment is our absolute priority. Blockade all bridges, streets and rail links.
And then left to die.
Until this spraying above us is stopped completely, it doesn't bode well for us at all, because the chemicals in the spray is really targeting humans in a big way. Never mind the bronchial infections, that's only one side effect of this. Part of the purpose of scalar weaponry is to basically make the atmosphere a better circuit for the HAARP technologies to use. That's why they use barium particles and aluminum oxide particles, amongst others, is all to make the atmosphere a superconductor, and they can then broadcast the HAARP pulsation, the secondary wave carried on the first one, the primary, and this is meant to affect your mood or your behavior. This is written into the Treaty on Weather Warfare at the United Nations. It's worth looking up to see what they've written into that. All of the effects, including the earthquakes, the tsunamis, droughts or floods, or even hurricane creation or tornadoes, is all written into that treaty, written in the 1970s, which meant it had already been tried and tested for them to write all of that in. But definitely the mind control aspect is rather scary. Brzezinski, in Between Two Ages, put a chapter called the Technotronic Era, where psychotronic, that's mind and electronics combined basically, will affect everybody within the continents for control purposes. And he said, and then coupled that with the aerial spraying containing aluminum oxides, etc., you make a highly charged atmosphere. The public breathe it in, it's in their food, it's in their water, they become almost walking antennas. And so this is all being used. Lord Bertrand Russell, in his book, The Impact of Science on Society, says the same thing.
What's behind this? Apart from the rubbish about preventing global warming, we know when they're spraying, the warming process speeds up. Just watching it for the last few years, personally, it can show you that. When they bombard us with these metallic particles, they don't come down flat face up to the sun. They spin and revolve and blow in the wind and turn in all directions. And what we've noticed over the last few years is they intensify the heat down below because they're reflecting in all directions. The heat can't bounce back out again into space, and so it's trapped under this massive layer of polymer and spray of metallic particles. We're really into quite the world here, and the weather is obviously what they've chosen to bring in this whole new world order idea. They don't build this equipment, this technology, like the one in Alaska. They have 54 of them, I think, or 57 of these facilities worldwide, which can act in unison because they bounce their energy off the ionosphere and direct it to wherever they want it to go. They don't build them to take photographs of and get their pictures standing next to. They build these things to use them. And if we look at the United Nations Treaty on Weather Warfare Applications, they've all signed not to use it on each other as nations. So who are they going to use it on? It's the populations of the world.
A variety of electromagnetic devices have been developed and used. This investigation has resulted from the plausible hypothesis that the atmosphere has now been modified into what is called a plasma state, or an electrified gas. Testing has produced a variety of indications that this hypothesis is indeed correct, and that the atmosphere is regularly being used for electromagnetic applications. ELF energy is of special concern because of its direct connection to the health aspects of the electromagnetic nature of human beings. Artificial pulse energy appears to now have been detected on a variety of occasions, and evidence indicates that it is now a part of our unseen environment.
Now they're actually using some kind of metallic substances to create a better type of circuitry in the sky for the electromagnetic scalar weaponry, which they're using through h.a.a.r.p technology. So they're using the spraying in conjunction with the h.a.a.r.p technologies to alter the weather, but it also affects human behavior. For those who are skeptical about this, look into the treaty signed at the United Nations by all the Western powers to do with weather warfare technologies, and you'll find in there that they signed in to it that they could create earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, and various other anomalies, atmospheric anomalies, downpours or droughts. They could give you a drought if they want to destroy the farming areas, which happened over the last few years out west of Canada and the States, and it can also give you floods. Either way, they can eventually get the people out of those areas into the big city areas, which are really the habitat for the commoners, the new habitat areas for the commoners. They have this technology, they are using it, and they're going to use it to the full. And at the same time, they must convince us, the general population, the masses as we were called, that we are causing the problems. There's too many of us, and we are causing global warming. So that we go into the habitat areas.
You're breathing out. You can breathe in, but don't breathe out.
Don't breathe out.
Sure. Your carbon dioxide is now a stress on the planet. The carbon tax is the most obscene strike against our humanity, our intellect, and our independence and our autonomy that I've ever seen.
Officially, it began with the Open Sky Treaty. The Open Sky Treaty, to the public, again, a very good reason is presented. It was put forth as a way for other countries, after the Cold War, to monitor each other by observation flyovers. That's the good reason they give you. However, the reasons they go into don't make sense. For instance, to see if military establishments are being built, facilities to launch missiles, etc. and all of that stuff. Now, they have more hardware floating around in space than probably all the metals that were used in previous societies for all their wars. They have more satellites out there that can see the brand of chewing gum you're opening. They can pinpoint things exactly, and cloud cover is nothing because they use infrared and different methods of seeing through all of this stuff. They can even see into the ground. Scientific papers in the past have boasted about this in detail, yet they want flyovers, you see. So here's the good reason for the public thinking about this: to keep us safe, to make sure we're all, as the pirates and the Masons say, above board. Nothing is going on by subterfuge. Very, very important project, way too important in fact for simple observation, which, as I say, by aircraft is obsolete technically. They don't need it anymore. They have satellites to do all of that.
But then when you look into it deeper and get copies of this Open Sky Treaty, there are observers observing the observers. So in other words, the observers are observing the ones that are spraying the public to make sure they're doing it.
But here's the very good reason they give us, and this is from the US government and from the Open Skies Consultative Commission. Treaty on Open Skies. The Treaty on Open Skies was signed on 24th of March 1992 in Helsinki, Finland. It entered into force on the 1st of January 2002. That's not true either. They've changed that because I have a memory. I remember them publishing this in the newspapers in Canada back in the 90s. It says following ratification by 20 countries. The treaty, which is designed to promote openness and transparency in military activities, established a regime of observation flights over the territory of its signatories. Signatories are allowed to conduct observation flights using unarmed. You could really play around forever today with unarmed, because you'd have screeds of legalities just in there, depending on how you define arms, with high tech, etc. Fixed-wing aircraft to gather information about the military forces and activities of other states parties from Vancouver to Vladivostok. The treaty also envisages. Now, this is the little clause that's the real reason. This is a little clause that is the real reason, not the camouflage. The treaty also envisages the possible extension of the Open Skies regime to additional areas. They always do get the law in the books, then expand it, you see, to the real purpose. To additional areas such as crisis management and protection of environment. That's the real reason, not the very good reason, but the real reason for the Open Sky Treaty. The treaty also envisages the possible extension, envisage is to see ahead, you see, the possible extension of the Open Skies regime, military term, regiment, regime, to additional areas such as crisis management and protection of environment. Now, that tells you why would something to do with military establishments and nuclear weaponry, etc., why would they have to go into crisis management and protection of environment? Protection, not observation, but protection of environment. And below, it has treaty members. There are more joining all the time because this is happening on a world scale, and when you see the amount of stuff that's sprayed daily pretty well over your own heads, you realize this is drifting for hundreds and hundreds of miles, and sometimes thousands of miles, to other countries, that ultimately no one can stay away from it. However, these are the main treaty members, and they will see the spraying over their heads, which has nothing to do, obviously, with observation. These aren't contrails, condensation trails. Condensation trails, as an aircraft comes across the horizon, you'll see it a few hand spans behind the craft. You'll see the tail of the condensation disappearing, as moisture would have to. It can't sit there forever like a big icicle. The ones we see are not condensation, they're chemical. And remember what I just read, the treaty also envisages a possible extension of the Open Skies regime to additional areas such as crisis management and protection of environment. The treaty's 35 states parties are Belarus, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Italy, the Kriegsrepublik, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, the Russian Federation, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Several other states have declared their intent to accede. The real intent of the Open Skies Treaty was simply to deal with a threat from out there, the environment, you see. But it's also to do with controlling people, crisis management. Remember, this is a United Nations effort, and the World Health Organization, that's part of the United Nations, already years ago talked about lacing certain water supplies with tranquilizers to calm people who might just want to get rather nasty if their country was being taken over. That's on record. And people have been noticing the effects of the heavy spraying, sometimes on themselves and on people around them. So I think they're using chemicals for multi-purposes here. But definitely, if you understand how an elite work in their headspace, you would use every weapon at your disposal on the general public if your plan is to take that same public through the biggest transition phase from one complete lifestyle to another. You don't want them thinking about things. You don't want their minds to be active. You want to avoid people complaining, forming groups and all that kind of stuff. So you would use everything in your arsenal to keep them dumb and stupid.
So would the jet planes then be carrying it in their fuel?
It could be in the fuel and it could be in extra tanks. They can do it either way.
Yeah. But then the pilots that are flying these planes, they have to know that there's an extra tank on it?
Oh, they know what they're doing because, see, if they were commercial aircraft, they wouldn't be doing zigzag patterns across the sky.
Hell no, they
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
That's a very drunken pilot taking passengers in the long mission.
No, but I was thinking of the military planes.
Oh, yeah. They know what they're doing. And I think it's foreign pilots that will spray over Canada and the U.S., and the deal is that our pilots will be over there spraying their countries, kind of like a Dr. Strangelove policy. You see?
Yeah.
And that makes perfect sense. But no, it's not commercial aircraft because you can actually see the commercial aircraft with the usual contrail disappearing about a foot after.
And they're flying very, very...
Yeah,
and they're flying very, very high.
Yes, and in a straight line. Whereas these guys do, as you say, checkerboard patterns. I've seen them do U-turns as well, and the stuff that they lay down forms these odd-looking polymer clouds. Now we know that the polymer, and that's what gives the rainbow bursts around the sun towards sunset.
And what is polymer?
Pardon?
What is polymer?
Polymer is basically forms of plastic particles from polyethylene. They found in the 1950s that they could use this particular compound to bring viruses and bacteria down to a vast area, cover a large area, and the polymer was the carrying agent. That was officially disclosed in the 1950s, and they were actually testing some areas in Britain with it then, to see if it would carry viruses or bacterium down to the ground. And being under a national health system, of course, they could have all the data of how many people had asthma or different effects, etc.
Sure.
So all the testing has been done, and they're doing it for real now, you know. I'm sure it will also weaken the immune system. We know for sure there's aluminum oxide in it, and barium.
Barium.
And
now, what is the aluminum oxide?
Aluminum oxide does a few things. It can be used in conjunction with HAARP, and this has been disclosed a long time ago, that HAARP, which travels with electromagnetic pulsations through the atmosphere, can act more effectively when it has metallic surfaces. In other words, it makes it more conductive, that the air becomes conductive like a circuit. And again, if your target happens to be the population...
When you say conductive, are you talking about, let's say, if there's an electrical storm?
No, they send out pulses.
Oh.
So the more conductive the subject is, by either inhaling or consuming or whatever, we're doing both, with aluminum oxide especially, or any metallic substance. So they're making each individual a receptor, which makes perfect sense. And they have admitted that they've tried HAARP out on large population areas.
Oh my God.
Maine was one of the first main places that they tried it out on, and they found out that the easiest thing they can do, the simplest thing they can do, is to create alterations in mood, either from elation or to anger and depression. And they found a tremendous high suicide rate at that time. They found domesticated animals were going crazy and biting their owners. And so, yeah, alterations of mood are easily affected with HAARP. And depending on the frequency they use, they can also make you elated, as though you were drugged, basically, and happy. But it also, after time, especially with aluminum oxide, will help destroy your immune system. And since they do, this is the regular television, CBC News and BBC News, they keep having international conferences every month or so talking about the inevitable flu that's going to come around the world and kill most of the people. And they keep saying it's just round the corner, it's just round the corner. And so they are lowering our resistance to fight off something which should not kill us, but if we're weakened in our resistance, then it very well might. So this is deliberate planning to control and at the same time to start the culling process. There's no doubt about it. That's the function of it.
And I know there are people out there who would never believe that that would be done to them by this group at the top, that they have been brought up to believe, exist on some kind of totally selfless motivation to help others. That's why they're there, these unseen bureaucracies and levels of super government. They're all altruistic somehow. They come out of different wombs than anyone else. Therefore, they don't have any nasty impulses. They're just there because they're servants of some kind. You don't elect any of them. They're just some kind of special servant that maybe God elects, I don't know. And they'd never believe that this could be done to them. That's their conditioning. Complete conditioning. Because to break through into the realization that nothing is as it seems, it would probably take a nervous breakdown for most of them to come through that. Some people are born with the ability to see through, but most of the people who get hypnotized every night by television will never come to that conclusion. You can't live in both worlds and retain your clarity or your sanity. Television is the biggest tool they've ever given the public, apart from inoculations, which certainly do attack the brain. We see that with all of the problems with autism and the subdivisions thereof. We see it in today's people who have short-term memory. They have low concentration. We're definitely far, far weaker physically than people of even a couple of generations ago. We're being re-engineered, which is another reason they went for the food and kept it secret from the public while they tested it on the public by agreements with governments such as Canada, who admitted, yeah, they made secret agreements with the big ones like Monsanto. Secret agreements with your food, the most basic thing you can have. You are what you eat, so they say. It certainly didn't make food any cheaper or better. So why did they use such immense brain power in science and mix hundreds of genes together to make one brand new stalk of corn? You'll be the last to know. Because the real world and the real ones who run this world will never tell you truths. It's done by deception. The Open Skies Treaty was decided generations ago. H.G. Wells talked about the police of the world, the new Freemasonry of the air, scientists who would spray over hostile territories, and gases and different things would affect the minds of those below and render them silly and stupid and helpless in the shape of things to come. The new Freemasonry of the air police.
I've talked to several people who, when the planes are flying in their area, they'll call the airport, or they'll call if there's a military base close by, Air Force base or whatever. And there the planes are, you know, spreading their joy around the skies, and they're just told that according to our radar there's no air traffic out there.
Well, you're seeing things.
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. They're all told the same stories and fob the public off with silly answers.
Yes.
Because they can't see, they've gone too far now that they can't trace back their steps. They're into the killing phase. That's what's happening, and they can't go back and say, yeah, we have been hitting you hard with this stuff, and it will increase the death rate. And definitely with the very young and the elderly, especially, you know. That's what generally happens.
Yes, I was.
Anything foreign to the body, and so they can't go back and tell the public that now that they've gone too far. So it's like living in a science fiction movie, and like, or maybe a horror movie.
Yeah.
Because like horror movies, most of the people involved don't know what's happening to them.
Yeah.
You know.
And watch the skies. Look at that, folks. Is that the most unbelievable shit? This is in Westchester County. It's like 12:45. Is that the most that's like something out of science fiction. This is the Matrix. This is dastardly. There's no reason for this. Even if there were normal contrails, why are they all taking off at the same time from the same place in that kind of a configuration? Why are they doing that? What is the purpose? Look at this, folks. Look at this. Oh my God. How can you deny that this is some sort of military operation happening right in front of our very eyes? Oh my God. This is pretty bad. For me, this is scary. The average person doesn't know. These people driving by, they don't know what they're watching. They don't even know that it's happening. But when you know it's happening, it's the scariest shit. Look at this. Oh my God. I'm waiting for the light to change, and I'm taping this as it's happened. I gotta get back to my house. I can't believe this. I don't even like breathing this stuff in. It is so insidious, this stuff that's going on.
That'll be another vapor trail, disappearing in seconds. Oops. But what's that stuff that's flying through? There you go. It's flying right through that thick white stuff. Its own trail disappears in seconds. So what is the other stuff that was left 10 or 15 minutes ago? And does this pilot know what he's flying through? Is that going to affect his health?
those who are aware of what's been going on and been following what's going on, I'm sure everyone's feeling a form of fatigue, simply by understanding the horror show which we're living in today. And those who have done the research themselves and the studying, I'm sure, can't help but come to that conclusion that we are living in a nightmare, because those behind all of this wrote about their whole plan centuries ago. And in the 18th century and then into the 19th century, quite a few of their mouthpieces put out books detailing their agenda, and even timetables. Lenin talked about it coming in at the end of the millennium and into the new. That's when the big changes would take place in the West. And he said that in about 1915. So this is an old plan we're living through. Charles Galton Darwin, who spoke on behalf of the elite in his book, The Next Million Years, he talked about the necessity in a post-industrial Western society of depopulating all of the useless eaters, you might say, to borrow a phrase from Bertrand Russell. They believe that everyone exists for their economic system. That's what our function is. And of course, today we are living not only in a post-industrial era, the industries we moved off to China, but post-technological as well, and even all the computer industries basically farmed out to the Far East as well. So we really only have one function left, and apart from consuming all the goods that are brought in from the Far East, we're all supposed to be the world's policemen and force the rest of the world, the Muslim countries, into the same system that we live under. So we are economic units in a very sophisticated system which did not evolve by itself. It was planned this way. Every part was planned in minute detail. The public's response to every part of the plan has been worked out like a battle plan in advance. And psychologists and sociologists help put all this together to give us our news and how we should cope with our news and what we should think about our news. It's all done for us, whereas we ourselves have to just sit back and be downloaded and then just parrot what we're told. That's how simple this Skinnerian system really is. It's not difficult when you realize that thousands of think tanks are employed full-time to plan your thoughts for the future and what you're going to experience in the future, and right down to how you will react to those experiences in the future. So we are in the matrix, as I say, and we can't get unplugged so easily.
I try not to deal gently with ignorance.
We don't have time now. We don't have time now. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to be, grab people literally and run from the burning building.
Absolutely, because this is the last leg of the journey here. Yeah. It is. Yeah.
It is really amazing, isn't it? That all of this stuff is actually happening, and people are still trying to argue with us.
They're arguing and they're watching entertainment, and as you say, they don't want to know because it's too terrifying. And it's not on their mainstream news. Their mainstream news is to guide them along the secondary reality into the sheep pen.
Look at the sky! Oh no, it's still there! And now, there's another one in the sky! That's what Mark thinks. There's another one.
Can't we all look up and see them?
They'll be so hard! What should I ever do about it? What should I ever do about it?
No right.
Ooh, what should I ever do about it?
Now, the whole problem comes back down to what do we do about all of this? Because the time is getting short. The time is really getting short when we're getting sprayed and we're going to get our ID cards with active chips and tracking and all of this police state stuff. We have to stop this for everyone, or it's game over. It truly is game over. And yet it's not all hopeless, because people are really, there's a lot more people waking up.
And you can take comfort in the fact, too, that there's been a long lineage of people with the knowledge of what is happening who don't belong to this elite controlling group, who go on down through the ages with the knowledge and helping to pass it on to other people. That's why we know so much today. So just like you start off with an avalanche, of course, is this new upcoming world order of total control if they get their way. You also have had many small snowballs being rolled along the ground and getting larger and larger and larger as time goes on, as we go on through this tremendous journey here, through time and space. And you must always keep in mind that eventually a critical mass is met. And the critical mass does not depend on vast armies of people. It depends on the right quality of people with the right self-knowledge of who they are in the great scheme of things, and who are totally honest about themselves. And you also come in contact with others of your own kind. The knowledge itself doesn't stay with you. Each time you speak it anywhere, as they know themselves, we basically broadcast. People actually broadcast, you know, when they have a eureka moment, something suddenly strikes them, and they'll find that people across the planet are being hit with the same thing at the same time. So when your heart is pure, and you're as pure as you can possibly be, and you know the whole system is unnatural, then you can broadcast, as I say. Others pick it up, and it's like putting a series of batteries together. The voltage increases tremendously with each person who wakes up and starts to really come alive and think.
When people start to be aware, even through intuition, if nothing else, if they haven't been affected yet financially or whatever, intuition is starting to wake up and scream that something is very, very wrong, and they're starting to talk. We should never, ever be afraid to talk. We must talk. It's a survival mechanism to communicate to other people what's happening, and eventually you'll find those who will listen, and those are the ones who are important. That's how movements start, because these people at the top must be exposed now. Their plan is published. They want to vastly reduce the population. They want to use science to re-engineer humanity, enhance them, as they call, better slaves. And we have to stop this, because it's affecting all of us, and we have the right to stop it. We have the right to decide which way society shall go. We've got to do it now. Don't be cowed into submission and quietness, because they'll come round to you regardless. It's going to affect you regardless. So try and keep your head down. There's going to be no use in this one. And for those who want to go to the spiritual side of things, well, what is spirit? It's the activating force. It's in you, the life, they called it. Those who had no spirit, they called the dead. You let the dead bury their dead in all ages. That was the esoteric meaning, all down through the ages. Those who were trying to walk, those who were crippled but trying to walk, meant those who were waking up and trying to walk in the footsteps of those who knew. That's what it always meant. You give the information to those ones. They don't know all the facts. Give them the facts, and they will become active. They'll walk very quickly.
As they walk the planet, they have a job to use the information they have. People have to use it. They've got to stick their heads up above the trenches and get information out, even if you only eventually change 5 people in your lifetime. You've done more than most.
And those that don't want to see, they're the blind. You can have a hard time making the blind see. They don't want to see, that's a choice. But you can also get through to some of them eventually with persistence. And that's how things are done, because it's our lives are at stake. As the children that are coming up, their lives are at stake, and those who are yet to be born as normal human beings and not these modified types of beautiful new slaves for the elite's utopia. That's what we're facing, and that's what we're fighting for. And there's many passive ways to do it, and we have the right to do it as well. We've got to start by demanding to know everything in every association that these characters, right to your school board, right up the whole way up the ladder to the top, are associations they already belong to, and go into their family histories, because they'll tell you more than what they'll ever admit to. And leopards don't change their spots unless they're genetically modified. And so you'll find the dirt there. The dirt is always there. We're run by a system of gangsters, very well-educated gangsters that front for them on television as spokesmen and so on, but gangsters nonetheless. And we've got to get rid of this system. We have no option. And we owe it to those who've gone before and didn't know and who suffered and went through war after war as well. And we owe it to all those who are yet unborn, who will come up into a different kind of world, this brave new world of Huxley. It's a nightmare for ordinary people, where you're drugged and altered and all the rest of it your whole life long. We can't allow that to happen, and that's the system they want to bring in. Every person who's alive today, you're going through the biggest time ever that any generation has faced, because we either come through this retaining our capacities to think as sentient individuals, or we become a type of Borg, a Borg like Star Trek, who are just robotic types of machines that are chipped and run by computers. Personally, I think we're a terribly sad thing to see us come all this way to lose the one thing that we have over all the other creatures, and that's the ability to create wondrous things rather than destruction and control. That's the choice that we have. And it's not pleasant to hear all the bad news, but it's imperative. The question that people have to ask themselves, do they want to go on this path that's already been chosen by the elite for us, or are they going to start now and standing up and saying no? When you can break through this system with all of the sciences behind it, the wisdom of the ages, that's meant to keep you in a mental straitjacket from birth till death, when you've overcome that, you've overcome the world, and you can go on from there.
Cloud covers the skies with the gray tone of depth. Silicone-based organisms you breathe in your breath. The aircraft travel at 40,000 feet, so they freeze the particle, then they attach to disease. Spraying mold and sulfur, their respiratory suffers. The atmosphere is smothered by scums that hover. See the stripes and the X marks the spot in the skies. Poisonous range observations, drink of water and why. Look at your cardiovascular system with problems. Government is sponsored overcast biological pollen. And when they start the electrical atmosphere, it makes gas stations blow up to the front to the rear. Aluminum and fossil till you all die, to kill your silver cord so your soul can glide. The deadly tactics, you won't pay attention when it happens. The skies since 1999. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Now put it in a lab in a microscope. You see none of bacteria and these isotopes. Greenhouse effects will melt the caps, but the arsenal attack, nobody talking about that, and that's a fact. The global warming, Al-Gore PR plan, global destruction to take over the powers of man. When you look at allergies and these weird disease, something foreign when reaction when your body will sneeze. Hip filters, the aircraft purify the land. Government spraying pesticides to control the man. Taking calcium, magnesium, repel aluminum, filtered to the old timers and shake like Parkinson. And just look at them, and just an image after 20 years of this, we're gonna need a gas mask to exist. So this will pass on the mustard gas with a stench. Chemtrails, the pestilence, I think you get the hint. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies. Look into the sky, don't wonder why. Chemtrails will be the reason why everybody dies.